This conference will now be recorded.
Hello everyone, welcome to day 4 in our Google Cloud Platform Architect training. So yesterday we started exploring about Cloud IAM and we saw some good amount of concepts. Today what we'll do is we'll continue with the next set of slide concepts, and we had yesterday stopped at policy and binding. So you create a binding and then you create an IAM policy. This is what we had seen, and most of the demo which we did yesterday was in UI, just to make you comfortable. And towards the end I showed there is a command where two-step process. You get IAM policy and do set IAM policy, then you should be able to do it. So this is one way of doing it in command line. But if you were to do the same thing in one command, with just one command, you want to do an IAM policy, how do you do it? So that's what we are going to see today. And this command is very important from the exam perspective. So I will also put this command in the cheat sheet. Um, I remember seeing something related to this command in one of the exams. I don't recollect it. So uh, it's not that because I have got it, you will also get it. There's a possibility there. So why don't we explore it? Basically, that is a key part here. So for that, we will launch our Cloud Shell. And if I just go to IAM, what we are going to do, let me just show you that also. I'll go to one more console so that I can switch screens easily. Once we finish this IAM policy binding, we'll talk about resource manager. Again, an important thing, and this word is very important. We'll talk about that. That's going to, we are leading towards that actually. All right, so we have our console. Now, what we are going to do is basically do this command there in the cheat sheet. Yesterday I had mentioned this is what we are going to do, which is primarily focusing on service account, but we are going to use a user basically to give access. How we were clicking on that IAM add, select an ID and give a role. The same thing is you can do it with this command add IAM policy binding. And the reason for highlighting that is the name is very clear there. Policy, binding, everything is there. So that command name is very easy to remember. So that's the reason I wanted to show you that. So if I do G Cloud Beta Interactive, so now we'll use G Cloud projects. I add IAM policy binding. Adds a policy binding to the IAM policy of an object given the ID and the binding. One ID consists of, and you can mention how you what is the project ID, the member, the role. So currently, if I just go to the current role which we have given to one of the user, we'll try to change the user. So this user is having viewer role, custom admin role, service account user role. So these are the roles. Now what I will do is, as if I click on this edit button and change this viewer to editor role. That's what I'm going to do via one single command. So how do I do it? Mention the project ID. So I can use this command. This is important from the exam perspective. That's why we are spending little more time here to understand it. Member, and the members should be something like you should mention whether it is a service account user group. You have to mention that. Even in the slide we have seen, you see here user group. So like that we need to mention it. So I'm going to mention it as user colon Mahesh.
So what is the objective of this one?
It's the same thing what you did yesterday. If you click on this, I want to change the viewer role to editor role via command line. That's it. Nothing
Okay,
else.
got it. Thank you.
So instead of doing this, like doing editor and clicking save, we don't want to do it in a UI. We want to do it in the terminal. And I also get it from Mishra that this was one of the questions in associate cloud engineer. So there could be a possibility that it could also even come something similar to this add IAM policy in cloud architect also. So you member over what is the role you want to give. So the role I wanted to give is role slash, okay, what happened? Okay, crashed. Editor is what you need to mention. Editor. So this is the stuff. Gcloud add IAM policy, the project ID, the member, the role you want to give. So hit enter. If things are all fine, it's going to show updated. So want to verify it, we can just refresh it and you should be able to see it's going to reflect as editor. Basically, that user would be now having an editor role. Yesterday we did it with get IAM policy and set IAM policy. It was a two-step process. Now, if you are not so comfortable with editing files or those things, this could be a straightforward command. And it also has something very similar to the slide which we have, policies and binding. So
So
you have edit.
what about
Yeah,
the G-Cloud IAM roles update? Will it not do the job?
Gcloud's IAM update.
Roles update.
Gcloud. It has crashed 1 minute. Let me just.
So you are doing for a
I'm adding a
particular
policy. I'm adding a policy. I'm adding a policy. Gcloud IAM
roles.
roles.
Mhm.
Huh?
Update
Update.
will
What's this going
update
to
the
do it?
role. Okay.
No, it is going to no, it's going to update the custom role. Like now you have a role. Yesterday we created two custom
Mhm.
roles. Now you wanted to
Okay.
add some specific permission, then you are going to use this. This is roles update. So remember yesterday when we created a custom role, you're creating roles, job roles, kind of stuffs, admin,
Mhm.
storage admin, computer admin, custom. But only if you assign this to a user or an identity, then only the policy is created. So this one is nothing but going and editing your custom role and changing it. That is what this roles update does. Now, if you and I have not seen something like projects. Uh, okay, remove policy binding. So if you want to do remove policy binding, remove it. The reason is I don't want to give him viewer also, editor also. So if you want, you can give it, but I just wanted to show how do you remove it also. Remove policy binding. The member is this one, user. and the role is, I don't want viewer. I'll talk about why. Okay, there's some errors in the system. Viewer. Okay, why you see that a big error is because this command itself is in beta, folks. This interactive stuff, we are doing it in a beta. So that's why sometimes you may see some glitches there. So remove IAM policy binding. So we did not mention our project ID. Let's mention that project ID. Done. So we have removed it. And if you just refresh the screen, this viewer should go off, basically.
Oh, so quick question, Mahesh.
Yeah.
Adding a role to the user is referred as a policy.
Okay, so a role is there and there's an identity. So if you first you have to do a binding. So first you have to do a binding. So this is the binding. So you create a binding and groups of binding is going to create you one policy. So the policy connects the resource and the resource, the member role members via a binding. So you need to have a binding first. That is going to be basically, so because nowhere in the UI they mention something about a binding. So you have to have a binding, then is going to be a policy, IAM policy. Or if you're getting slightly confused with binding, so simple. If there's a user and a role, that's where you are going to create a policy. If you want to keep it very, very simple. So both should exist. Only then a policy has been created, an IAM policy is created. Because the binding is never shown in the front end. So only when you do it in the gcloud command, the command line, you are going to get this term itself called as binding. So to make it very clear, so if you look into any documentation or something, if they talk about binding, you should not be aware that what is this? We have not seen it. So in your command line, you can see it very easily. Hope that answers your question, Anil.
Yes, thank you.
So now we were able to do add IAM policy binding and remove IAM policy binding. So now we are left with only these roles, folks. Now a question for you people. Let me just zoom this. How much is the level? Yeah. A question for you people.
Can we get the command line once? What the command you have issued to update the user privileges?
So this is the one.
Okay, please give us a second.
No, I'm just putting it in the chat. No need to make a note.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
And I'll also update it in the this thing. So because this is going to be an important one, at least there are commands we have already mentioned it, but why don't you use this command also? It's going to be in your other things.
Mahesh, one question. Mahesh, the cheat sheet, right? So I don't find a cheat sheet in that you given link. Okay, last time you given
so you have to go
right?
to commons folder. You have to go to commons folder. This folder called as common, and inside that you will see cheat sheet folder. Inside that is what you are going to see the PDF version of this. I have editable version. You will see a PDF version of it.
Okay, it is in common folder. Huh?
Common folder, yes, because it's common to everything, right? I have made it as common.
But you updating that also updated in PDF or how it is?
No, this one is a Word document. So this one, okay, let me check whether this where it is. This is in your common folder only. You'll see it as cheat sheets. So one is a common cheat sheet, folk. A common cheat sheet which is in the PDF version, and there are two cheat sheet. One is in real in the same folder. One is called as examination tips and real time, which is going to be basically a Word document. So you should be also able to see it, Word document.
No, I'm talking about that common folder only. So means the cheat sheet only we can see PDF, not Word document, right?
You will see one PDF. You'll see one PDF which is called as cheat sheet -cloud architect some version 2.7 or something. And
Okay.
only specifically for this batch, I started this new approach where a quick cheat sheet. Cheat sheet itself is short, but we wanted a quick cheat sheet for real implementation and this thing. So we are creating these things, live editing it. So as I edit it,
Okay.
you should be able to see the newer stuffs there in that Word document. But you will not be able to edit the Word document. You'll only be able to see a view only of it because of the
Oh,
permission.
yeah, I understand. But okay. So, okay, I will
Okay,
search. If it's
let me
possible.
just show you 1 minute. Let me just show you. Let me just show you 1 minute, so that you people, so all our stuff should not go in vain. Let me just show you that stuff. I'm just unshared it. Just a minute. So I guess you are able to see it. So this is the folder which you should be able to see. Common. So when you go inside common folder, you will see cheat sheets. So one of the cheat sheet is this one, version 2.0, which is fixed one. So whenever I change something, I update the PDF version. And you see two of
Oh,
these Word documents. So this is the same thing. So examination tip and implementation tip. So there are two
it's
Word documents which keeps on getting updated every week. This one is
okay.
going to be static. This is two is going.
I'm only talking about the 2.7. That is updated, right? What daily you updating
Eh,
that also?
uh, and this if there's any new thing, I'm going to update it. Not every time. So last time
Oh,
updated was on December 26th. This one every
oh,
day, like even yesterday we have updated this too. This only if there's a major command change, I'm going to update it. Not going to change it very frequently. That's why I do a versioning there.
okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Manish.
Yeah. So okay. Anyway, I've added it. So you should be able to do it. So I just make it add IAM policy binding. What does this basically mean is give access to a user to a role, uh, give access to a user in simple terms. That's it. So that's it. Now let's go to the next part, which is what Vijay was asking yesterday about, like hierarchy, how it works, all those things. By this time, we already know project. There is an entity called as project. Whatever we do in GCP, everything comes inside that project only, whatever we do. So we have so far only explored two resources, a storage bucket, virtual machines, and to some extent on cloud IAM. Whatever we do, that is only within the project. So we have only explored these two resources, basically projects, resources, and VMs. Now there are two more entities in GCP called as folders and organization. So these are above your project. Now it could be a possible interview question there where they ask, can I create a VM in folder? Can I create a storage bucket in an organization node? Answer is no. Any resource, any resource which you are going to create has to be inside the project. Then you may ask, what is the reason of having a folder and a organization? It is only is the only reason is to have some kind of a policy, basically to have some kind of a policy here. So a simple example, if I were to give, if you have a project like the one which you have activated your free trial, you will see no organization. Basically this is like a project. Now treat a project as a person, no organization, meaning he does not belong to any organization, something like a freelancer. So if you're a freelancer, you are not bound by any policies, the policies of an organization. Very simple example. Um, if it is a service-based organization, they'll say you cannot plug in your USB cable, um, a thumb drive into your corporate laptop. You cannot install something, uh, and you have to come on time. You have to leave on time. All those kinds of restrictions is going to be there. But if it is no organization, it's like a freelancer. So there's no policy. So usually the organization and folders are usually to be used for organizing the projects and putting some policies. So how will it look if there's an organization? Something like this. So there's one project which I have, or account which I have, where there's an organization node. Where you see an organization node, you have folders, you have something on inside that folders, you have something, some projects. So why not directly have something which is right after the organization? Why can't we have a project, is what you may think also. So possibilities are there. So you can directly have an org node. Right under the org node you can have a project, possible, like this website. Or you can have a folder and have folder inside folder. You can have nested folders also, and you can have a project inside this. This is if you want to relate it to your real organization. You will have an organization, example.com. Then below that you may have departments, different departments: IT, HR, marketing, sales. And inside the department, people are going to work. Now each individual you can treat it as a project, to just make a small analogy. So now for marketing, maybe because they want to go to different places, they want to create some articles, like, so they need to give some little change in the policy. Maybe they can plug in some USB drive, all those things. But if you are an IT guy, or if you are in development, because you are writing code, you should not use a USB drive. So if you put folders, and you can put policies at a folder level, and any common policy, like everybody should come on 9 o'clock every day and leave at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. If that is the kind of stuff they are putting, those kind of common policies, you can put it at an org level, basically. So that's where these two resources, or these two nodes comes into picture: organization, folders, projects, and resources. So this is your hierarchy, and this can be managed by something called as a resource manager. To be very frank, if you just go to your, there's one question, let me answer it once I finish this. So if I just go to my add IAM, there's one section itself which is going to have all the resource manager. So if I just go to resource manager, you see this. So these are all primarily for managing your resources: the organization admin, project deleter. So there's some specific roles there. So why you need this? Basically to have some kind of a policy. Now one important thing when you are doing this kind of a policy, right, there's something called as inheritance which is going to happen. So which I'll show it in the previous next slide, and then jump back to the this slide again. Hierarchy, it's going to be something like, it's the same stuff. You have example.com, a folder which is like folders like HR, engineering, sales. Under the folder you are going to have multiple projects. Now if I put a policy at only for engineering folder, it's going to apply to all those projects: example project, example dev, test, all those things. Maybe that policy may not apply to HR. So that's the main purpose. And the flow, if you give somebody access at this folder level, they will be able to access the projects below that easily. If you give somebody access at a org level, every project they will be able to see it. For example, a very simple example is there's one team, common team called as security review team in your organization. Now they have to review every GCP project irrespective of which department it belongs to. It can belong to a HR department or it can belong to a payroll department, does not matter. This team is like a center of excellence, horizontal. They want to review every project for best practice. So what we will do is, usually we will give them a viewer role, kind of a role, project viewer role at an org level. If I give project viewer role at an org level, what happens is, every project the person is going to, or the group, maybe it's better to give a group an org viewer at a organization node. If I give it every current project and futuristic project, the group is going to get access to viewer. So that's at an org level. Now if it is at a folder level, maybe there is some solution architect, sorry, not solution, application architect for engineering team. So this is only dedicated, this person or this group is only supposed to work with engineering only, no need to work with HR or sales. Then you create a group called as application solution architect. This is for building better applications. So you give them necessary roles, maybe something like an editor role, if they want to do some contribution, or something like a viewer role at a folder node. So at what node you are there, from there the policy is going to inherit. And sorry for this thing, so this view is not good. It's called as policy inheritance. The inheritance flows from top to bottom. uh, it's like, it's not like a individual where he joins the organization as a software engineer, then becomes senior software engineer, then a lead, then a solution. It's not like that. From bottom to up, it's not going to flow, but top to bottom is what it's going to happen. So meaning, if at a parent node, so for a project, the parent could be an org node or a folder. Now at a folder node or at a org node, if I have made somebody a role like owner, editor, viewer, something of that sort, I cannot try to restrict him at a resource level, basically. So if you are project own editor at a project level, and you have given a compute admin role also, so meaning there's one identity. So this identity is having editor role also, compute admin role also, or compute viewer also. So if it is having this kind of two roles, right, you cannot restrict him from and he does not even have a storage access. But since he is having editor role at project level, he'll be able to create buckets, do everything. So, and you cannot try to restrict him. So this is what this line means. Child policy cannot restrict the access granted at a parent node. So it's always a simple way to remember is, it's an union operation, going back to our arithmetic class. So it's an union operation. So if you have given somebody an access at different nodes, try to union it. So try to union it, and you will see you cannot restrict it. And I'll show you that demonstration in a minute. And you may ask, what if I give somebody compute admin role at a resource level? What's going to happen? Simple. He's going to have a compute admin role at that resource level. And at an org level, if you have given him viewer role, what happens is, org level, sorry, or project level, he's a viewer. Resource level, he at a specific resource, he is a compute admin. So viewer union compute admin, meaning when it comes to virtual machine, he can do edit, delete, all those things. But when it comes to other resources, he can only see the resources, cannot provision anything. So that's what is going to happen basically. Now there's one question, let me answer it and then move on. In yesterday's class, we discussed the types of identities, not from PC exam point, but as a cloud architect. Do we need to know how to set up and provision Google Workspace and Google Identity Domain? If not, who usually takes care of them in the organization? So we don't need to set it up as a cloud architect. The identity, it's going to be very simple, because this involves purchasing a subscription, all those things. So there's going to be some financial team involved, because you need to key in the credit card amount. So plus an IT team who is going to activate the account. So we don't need to worry about setting up org node, all those things. If you are interested, there are a few videos in my channel itself. You can look into it, where to maybe I'll just talk about that at a very high level in the next few slides, Aman. You just need to have a domain, that's it. Even for your free trial account, right, you can have a org node. You just need to purchase a domain from a domain provider like GoDaddy.com, or Google also provides you domains. Purchase a domain, then attach it, and it is very simple. I'll show you at a very high level how do you do it in next few minutes. It is possible, you can do it. If you are joining a startup where they don't have anything and there's lots of responsibility on you, then you may be required to do it. But if it's a bigger organization already established, they have an account already, you don't need to worry about it. Now let's just understand this line by doing a small demonstration. Now look at this roles, folks. This is the user. He is custom storage admin, editor, service account user role. Now what and all he can do? What's your thoughts with this roles? And what you are given it at a project level. This is the node, the project level. So resource level, we had seen one demo yesterday. At a resource level, only at a resource you give. Now if you give something like this, what's going to happen? What's your thoughts? What and all he can do? What and all he can do? He is a custom storage admin, he's an editor, he is a service account user. Can he create virtual machine? Can he create virtual machine, folks?
Yes, he can create because he's editor, right?
Okay, good. Then what he cannot do? Can he create some other component like Cloud SQL database?
Nope, he can't.
Why?
Because SQL admin role is not associated with that user.
Editor is a superset,
Editor,
right?
yes. So it's right after the owner, right? So he can do.
Yeah. So he's just one level down to owner, meaning any resource in GCP in that project, he can create it, delete it. He can do everything because he's an editor. So for simplicity reason, I am going to do something like this. What I'll do is I'll remove this, or I'll purposely give him something like storage. I wanted to restrict is what I'm trying to do. Storage object viewer, only to view the object is what I'm giving. And I don't want this. I'm just going to remove this also. I'll let you know why we are removing it. So these are the stuffs. So what I'm trying to do is so this is my understanding. So I'm just learning. So I'm trying to make some stuffs and see whether it's going to work. Give him an editor role. So my understanding is something like this. He's an editor. I wanted him to be an editor for all the resources, but only for storage bucket. I don't want him to create a bucket. So I'm thinking with this kind of a combination, it's going to work. What's going to be your thoughts, folks?
It's a union, so he will have all rights.
That's it, simple. So it's going to be a union operation. So this role itself is redundant, I would say. So if you have already given him editor, whatever the others kind of roles which you're going to give, it's going to be of no use because it's going to be the superset already. So union operation, so you don't need to, you cannot do much, you cannot control this user from creating a bucket. So let me just show you by doing a small demonstration. So if I just go back to batch 6, refresh it, I'm in the Edge browser where I log in as that user. Now, if I were to restrict him, let's finish this instead of taking so many questions. So let's finish this part. Let's get it clarified and then we'll move on for further restrictions. Done. Now, if I go to SQL, We have not explored it, but we just wanted to show whether that button is at least enabled. It is enabled. I can go create it. I'm not going to create it now. Virtual machine should be possible because editor, no problem. But let's, for the completeness, let's try to create it quickly. And also we'll try to see whether he can create a bucket or delete an existing bucket. He's just an object viewer. Let's see what is going to happen. So I'm just with editor role, folks. No, even service account, user role, even that is not there. Okay, we'll just get provision. Yesterday we are not able to do it, remember? So let's verify, and per my understanding it should work. It's not only creating it. If you just give somebody editor role, nothing else, he can create virtual machine, log in, do everything. You don't need to give specifically that service account user role. Just the editor role is going to be good enough. It's very broad. Let's wait and see whether the SSH is going to happen. By the time it comes, to save some time, I'm going to storage to see whether.
So Mahesh, one
Yeah.
small question. Even though we are giving editor access at project level, he won't be getting this. Same user won't be getting the editor access in the another project, right? Because it's specific to this
It is at a
project, right?
project level. It is at a project level. What you have given him is at a project level. You see batch 6, this is a
Yeah.
user. At this
But
node, you are only editor. So if you want to have it for other projects, you have to be one level above, meaning
yeah,
at a
which is
folder level, you give him editor role.
okay. Exactly. That's what I was asking. Okay. So at the resource manager has to resource manager
Yes.
level you need to. Okay.
Yeah. So you want it at a folder level, you give it. Then for all the projects under that, you will get editor role. Or if you give it at an org level, you will get for every projects under every folder, you will be an editor role. At what level you are giving is an important thing.
Yeah, do you have any
So
screen? Do you have any screen for that to show?
sure.
To
I'll
show?
show you. I'll show you that. I'll show you that. So I'm able to SSH. So it is working. So let me try to delete the bucket which we created yesterday. Because not everybody will you wanted to create a domain, so I'm going to show you that part so that at least once you would have seen that kind of a screen. I am a object viewer, but I can still do it. The reason is it's a union operation which we have which is going to happen. So editor role, union, storage admin, or editor role with object storage object viewer. It's going to be editor only. Just for simplicity reason, let's see whether it gets created. It gets created. It gets created. So basically, I cannot restrict him. Now, I'll show you the org stuff in a minute. But if you were given an opportunity, how will you restrict him, folks? So how will you restrict him? Like he should be only a storage object viewer for this project. How will you restrict him? And for other resource, he should be able to possibly create it. What will you do? If that is the kind of requirement you need to fulfill, every resource he can go edit and delete, but only storage object stuff he should not be able to. For storage, he should be only a viewer. What will you do in this context? Any thoughts?
I think we can create that custom and then remove that storage one.
Uh, Okay, Shripal mentions a custom role, and I also get, okay, so this thing which you're saying is go to the storage, show info panel. There you wanted to do that, is what you're saying? Is this what you're saying? Like what we did yesterday, at a specific bucket level, we did something. Is that what you're trying to say? So let me just go to the bucket. Sorry. I guess you're able to see recent option in your GCP console, right? This was a feature recently released. I hope you are able to see it in your console also. Recent, a handy option. So you mean to say use this option? I did not see who was talking there. So are you saying it's going to be something like this? Give it at a resource level, specific resource to restrict it? This
Yeah,
option? No. So again, the same thing is going to happen, but if you want, I can show there. So this, you are trying to do it at a specific bucket. So let's just give it the simple policy. The simple thing is it's union. So if you just keep that in mind, it's going to be always, sorry, GCP with, now let's try to give him something like the custom role which we created yesterday, where he cannot delete it. We can give that if you want, to just to check if I apply this role, will he be able to delete the bucket or not? Let's give that. Custom role is given. Custom role is given, which cannot delete the bucket, only upload it. Swap the screen, refresh. I'm in Mahesh. It's a Edge browser. Refresh it. I would feel what Shripal mentions. I'll go with that. The reason is for such a kind of requirement, having a custom role is going to be better. Meaning, should be able to do editor minus storage objects, sorry, storage buckets dot create, storage objects dot buckets dot delete, storage objects dot create. Only some 3 permissions have to remove it. I'll simply go click on edit, editor, remove those permissions and create a custom role. So for this kind of a requirement, I'm going to do that. Custom role is going to be a better choice. Or what I will do is custom role, we don't want to use it. If you feel like that, get all the resources which they need access. Add something like storage, compute admin, BigQuery admin, then storage, Cloud SQL admin, then add storage object viewer, something of that sort. So have groups of predefined role to fulfill this requirement. Let me just see whether what's going to happen. If I just click on show info panel, I'm in this user, Mahesh user. Now if I click, I should be subjected to, so I see this which has been added, but if you see, I can do everything on this bucket. So you want to upload is not going to be a big deal, but I can delete the object. So if I just, file gets uploaded, but I can also delete it. I can delete it, and I can also delete the bucket itself. If you want, I can delete also the bucket itself. possible to do it. So I cannot restrict him because we made a mistake. At a project level, we made him editor. If you have made him an editor, you cannot restrict whatever you do at a resource level. That's a key part. That's a key part. So the child policies is nothing but your IAM policies cannot restrict the access granted at a parent level. It is very simple. Um, just take this simple example. You should be able to easily demystify this in the exam. So assume you are the CTO of an organization and there is one project, very confidential project which you are running, maybe some space research project or something. There's one team, R&D team working on it. Now, because it is so confidential, does it mean the CTO cannot access it? False, right? It is the same thing. So because the CTO is at a top node, the CTO can see any project. If he's very technical, that's the reason I took CTO. As a CTO, he can see any project. He can go to any low level and see it. And you cannot say because it is confidential, we are restricting. It is not possible. It is the same thing if you are given if there's a role which you have been given at a project level, folder level, or org level, which is very high, you cannot restrict that access to any resource in the lower resources basically. So the best practice is always don't give resource like the IAM policy at an org level, folder level, or project level. Start from the bottom. Give it at a resource level or at a project level. Use predefined role. Then it's going to be easier for you to control it. So that's going to be the best approach so that the union operation will not have a major impact. Meaning I want for every in a project, I want him to be a compute admin. Just give him compute admin. But for storage, I want him to have a storage object viewer. That's it. Now, if I give it at that kind of a predefined role, he will not have any other issues. So always give access from your lowermost resource. So that way you are able to fulfill the principle of least privilege. Now let me just show you how you give access at an org level, what's going to happen. So because this part you cannot do it because you may not have an org node. So let me just show you how it's going to work. So for that, I'm going to switch to my Edge browser and I will switch to that account where I have an org node. So instead of no org, I'm going to switch to this. Now, what I'll do is I'll go to my org node. I'll go to my org node. I'm in my org node currently. Now click on the hamburger menu. Go to my IAM. Remember the node at which I'm there, it is at my org level. Now if I give this the same user, what is this user? I'm going to use this user, folks. This user does not have access to this organization stuffs. Okay. So now what I'll do is add this user at an org level. I'm not adding at a project level. I'm adding him at a org level. Done. Now if I click on edit, role, I'm going to give him editor role. I'm going to give him editor role. Save it. Given an editor role at an org level. Now if I go back to this, when I refresh the screen, what should happen is basically it should show me the projects. Oh, it is already showing me the stuffs. So the projects which were there, the 3 projects, basically the 3 projects, if I just click on this, what are the 3 projects which I had? Website was a project, batch 1 and learn GCP Mahesh. These were the 3 projects. I'm able to see it. Now you may ask why I'm not able to see the folder structure. I'll comment on that in a minute. So I'm able to see all the 3 projects. Now if I go to website project, I would be able to do whatever I want because I'm the editor. So I can create a bucket easily here. I can create a bucket easily and do it because I am at this org level. They made me editor. So editor basically applies to all project resources. Now you made me editor at an org level means understand at an org level. I can see every project as an editor role with an editor role. I should be able to do it. So if I just use this editor, if you see I am this user, let me just click create. I should get created. I can go and delete certain resource also if I want. It's possible. It gets created, and if you want you can also delete it. Now one interesting thing which I wanted to show is that inheritance in the screen itself. You can have very cool slides, but when you see it in the console, right, it's going to make it very clear. So if I delete the one which I just created it, and this is the project where my actual website runs. So I don't want to play around with it much or leave some resource running. An empty bucket is not going to cost, but let me just delete it so that I maintain my project my website very properly there. So now let me go to this IAM, folks. You will be really amazed to see this part. IAM, I'm in the website project. So this is the website project which I got access just recently, and I have logged in as this user learn.gcp 2028. Now please let me know why I'm not able to see that email ID. So if I am the editor of this project, right, it should have shown me this email ID here showing that you have editor role, but why it is not showing me here? Any reasons why it is not showing? Hope the question is clear, folks. The email ID was given an editor role at an org level. Now when I come to my project, one of the project under that org level, I feel I should have seen that. Is this a bug or is it a feature? So because it is inherited, not granted directly. Absolutely correct, Aman. So you have been, it's inherited. This is the true value of inheritance, which you can see. Sorry, Anil, you wanted to say something?
No worries. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what Aman mentioned. So Aman, I would say these kind of stuffs you can put it to the entire team. So uh, the wording was good there because it is inherited, not granted directly at a project level. That's the reason you don't see it. Now, how can I see that inheritance in action? So to see that inheritance in action, what you can do is basically, I'm switching back as Mahesh. Now I'll go back to project folder. Sorry, that specific project website. If I go to that website, I'll see one column called as, now this is a different view, folks. I'm in the website project only, but I have logged in as Mahesh, not that learn.gcp account, but I have logged in as Mahesh. And you will see one column called as inheritance column, which you will not see it in that. You will see it, but you will not be able to, the column may be there. It's going to be empty because what you have is only at a project level. Anything above that you don't have, basically, to see something at folder or org. So that's the reason you don't see those information. But if you are a org admin kind of a stuff, which I'm an organization administrator. This is my email ID, and I have logged in as that same user. Because I have logged in as that, if I go to any individual project, I will see. Now you see this inheritance, it is at org level. Similarly, if you do it at a folder level, even that's going to show. Now I cannot delete this user, folks. You try, you cannot. Role cannot be edited as it is inherited from another resource. What is the topmost or the above to project? It could be at a folder level or it could be at a org level, but just mouse overing on it, it's going to show its organization. If it's folder, that folder icon is going to come. So when it gets inherited, right, you cannot delete it. It's very clear. It shows this. Hope it's making sense, folks. Now the entire stuff, very important. I would definitely say you may get a question on this inheritance. The child policy cannot override your parent policy. All those things is going to be a question. Definitely it could be a straightforward question or it could be so complex. As long as you understand the concept, it's going to be easy. So let me just wait here for any questions, folks. You ask me any combination, I'm going to show you via demonstration itself. Any combination which you think of, let me know. I'm happy to show that demonstration. I have shown you all the combinations which I feel is important. If you have something else, let me know. So you can be a storage admin. Yeah, go ahead. There is a question.
So you said the child cannot override the parent. We know that, right? Because
Correct. Yeah.
everything is a union.
Correct.
Yes. So is there any case where, how do we identify their overlapping uh, policies added to a group?
Overlapping policies. Sorry, did not get it.
Let's say a group is there which has 5 people in there.
Okay.
And I added 4 roles to it. Okay.
Okay.
And the 4 roles which are all custom, let's assume. Okay. And they're overlapping on each other, right? We know union works from the top to bottom, right? But if there is overlapping between the roles, how do we identify and correct all of the roles? Is that easy or it's a manual method?
Okay, so what you can do basically is, so let me just rephrase it for everybody. So I can just use my this thing. So you have a group. This is the identity group one at example.com. This is the identity which you have. Now you are giving the roles as roles/editor. So roles, okay, it's a custom role, right? So it's going to be something with, it's a custom role. So custom one role, you have similarly, I'm just going to keep it as 2 for simplicity reason. Let me make it 3. So you have this is the first thing. Now this may be this role, custom role 1, custom role 2, custom role 3, they may have some overlapping stuffs. Maybe this is having around 1000 permissions. You may have 1000 permissions. You may, here it may have only 10 permissions. You may have only 4 permissions. Instead of 1000, let's make it a simple number. Yeah, let it be 100. Let me make it as 100. So if you have something like this, simply if you add this group with this roles, right, it's going to be 114 permissions is what you are going to see. Now, 1 or 2 permissions, maybe there is, I guess, 2 permissions is already there existing in this one. This is what you mentioned, right, Anil? So they are existing here.
Yes, yes.
And you may have maybe 1 permission existing here. So if you literally see, it is basically 2 is reduced, 1 is reduced, so 3 permissions. So 111 should be the actual number of permissions you are going to get it, basically, when you put it. So total permission you are going to get for this role is going to be 11 this thing. But to know this, what you can basically use is, you can use this. Let me just switch to a project which is slightly older. This project. So if I see here, it's going to show me, sorry, it should show me that this column in your IAM, this is going to help you out basically to analyze how many permissions are leveraged. So if I just over analyzed permissions, meaning this role editor is going to have roughly around 3,471 permissions, of which I have only used 3,416, roughly around 50 plus permissions are not used itself. So it's going to show me that what is not used. That's one thing which you can get some hint from here. And if I okay, overlapping, I would say overlapping has to be okay. This is not going to help us there. Actually, this is not going to help us. Okay, overlapping, it's not going to help us. Sorry, my bad. So this one can help you out. So policy troubleshooter can help you out to find out whether let me just see it. I guess it has to be manual if I'm not wrong. Let me just change my project. So this policy troubleshooter will help you out. It could be a group, it could be an individual, you can add it. And what is the project you wanted to have access to and what permission. So this way you can, okay, let me just see storage, it's hanging. Yeah, storage. This policy troubleshooter will help you to find out whether what roles, if I just give, so storage dot buckets dot create. So if I use this in this project, batch 6 project, this user, if I click on check API, it should show that this user should be able to do it. Basically, he should not have any issues. Now, if I do this kind of a stuff, right, have I removed him editor role? Why it's showing like this one? Editor, access denied for create projects. Am I at the right resource? It should have shown me that owner. So what are the roles which I have? This user is editor, then owner. Am I doing something wrong here? Let me check this, folks. Let me check this. But if this is a combination, I'll also check. Looks like if it's an overlapping thing, it's going to be. Let me check this out. Let me check this instead of me commenting something, Anil. So I'll get back to you on this.
Thank you.
So I'll just check it out. Interesting question. Anything else, folks? This policy troubleshooter could be sometimes really helpful. I've not explored this much. Sometimes I've seen it is working. If I just do editor role, let me just do. Okay, it does not show it a editor role. I'll I'll explore this policy troubleshooter also and show you this maybe in next class. Any other questions, folks? Um, any other questions on this resource manager and the inheritance which we are going to see? Anything? And it flows from top to bottom. That's very important.
Yeah, Mangesh.
Yeah.
Okay, the resource manager is something like uh, it's a kind permission to provide a resource or project level, right?
So it's basically to manage your projects, folders, and organization. Simple. It's to
It's a
manage
permission.
your. Yes, that's it. Don't use the word permission. Use always the word access or the policy, basically, I would say. Because we don't give any permissions to a resource here. We give always a role, basically. So if you were to access a folder, you should have some specific role. Only then you can have the folder access. So similarly, to access something at an org node details, if you want to know, you need to have some specific structure. Um, so basically, it's to manage your resources. So this term is little confusing, I would say. If you see resource manager as such, the only place where you can see it in the console is under your IAM, and that too as a set of some IAM roles, basically. Um, you cannot directly say it is as an IAM role also, and you cannot see it anywhere else. So maybe, okay, 1 minute, maybe let me just take my words back and show you something better here. It's a piece where you can see it here. Let me just go to here, manage resources. To see your hierarchy, to see the entire hierarchy, you can just go to this page and you see this URL, Cloud Resource Manager, Vijay. So this is going to basically show your manage your hierarchy, which is your org node, folder node, projects. Now, for example, if you want me to create a folder, I can create it. Create a folder like batch 6. Batch 6 under which? Under my org node itself you create it. That's what I'm saying. So create it. Under my org node I'm creating it. Once it gets created, let me just click on refresh. So you see batch 6 created. So batch 6 created. Now if you want, I can move a project to a folder, to this folder. So if I move this to a folder, if there's any policy which I'm going to apply, it's going to apply to that project automatically. Now if I feel I don't want this folder, I can delete this folder. So to manage your projects, folders, and your organization, you're going to use resource manager, basically. Is that clear, Vijay?
Basically, yeah, it's basically working in backend. We have nothing to do with our resource manager, right?
Resource manager,
No,
you can treat it as, come again.
Yeah, what I'm saying, resource manager, something it is working like a backend. Using resource manager, we are not performing any task.
No. You see this URL? Do you see this URL?
Yeah.
So it's a service. It's a service to manage your hierarchy, basically. To manage your hierarchy.
Okay.
But you cannot manage your first. Now you can see using resource manager, you cannot manage what's inside the project, but it can only manage org, folder, and project. Inside the project, you have to go to the project and do anything. Delete resource, create resource, all those things. This is a top node or the top nodes managing those nodes. For that, you use this service, resource manager, basically.
Okay. In Azure, we call ARM, right? That one.
No, ARM is totally different. Okay, Azure Resource Manager and this Resource Manager is totally different. Azure Resource Manager is for provisioning your resources, right? So somewhat equivalent to your infrastructure as a service, Terraform. So here it is called as Deployment Manager.
No, I'm not talking about Azure Resource Manager template. I'm talking about Azure Resource Manager, not template.
What is the difference between Azure Resource Manager and template?
It is similar like that. If ASM, right, a classic version was there. After that, Azure upgraded as ARM, Azure Resource Manager from
Okay,
classic to.
so my exposure on that is limited. So So what you can do always is, since you come from Azure background, so this is something which you can refer to always, Azure GCP. So if you just do this, use this article. So uh, it's going to help you out to compare the stuffs and see what is this, what is the comparison. So similarly for AWS people also, I see there were few people who was having AWS background. So you can see this one, it's going to help you up. So if I just do deployment, so this is what I remember. Now this is official source. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but my understanding is only comparing the Azure stuff. So deployment manager is equivalent to Azure resource manager is what they say, ARM. So this is what I told basically. So this is going to be a good stuff where you can see the comparison, because you come from one another cloud. Looking into this, it's going to help you out. So this is basically for Azure professional. Similarly for AWS professional also it is there. So if you are interested in it, you can look into this part. So that way you can compare it and learn things little quicker.
So Mahesh, a quick question, please. Right.
Yeah.
So let's say I have a group. Okay. I added that group at the org level, assume. Okay. And I gave the roles whatever it is required. How do I see the people in that group? Who are the members of that group through here?
Simple question. So good question, I would say, and it's very simple. So this is a recently added feature. So what you can do is you can just go to IAM. You have an option called as groups. So if you click on groups, it's going to show what and all the groups are there, and you should be able to see it. And for this, you need to have an org. So you need to have an org node. So if I do it, switch to my org node, I would see the list of groups which is in my org. So this is the thing. So if I click on this, it's going to show me basically the people inside it. So it's going to show me the member. Yesterday we created a group. And it does not mean this when you see a group, this group is having access to something. What are the groups which are created in this organization? It's going to list it out basically. So it's going to basically list out the members who are there in this org. May not be always necessary this group is given some access. So this UI is equivalent to basically going to admin.google.com. So if you don't have this admin.google.com access, you can just go to here basically, provided you have access to the org level. So this is how you can do it, and this is a newly added feature which was not there in the beginning.
Yes. That said, you should have the permission from the groups.google.com to see that.
To see these groups?
No, the groups will appear in the IAM block, but at the same time, I think that is what I'm experiencing. Contact your admin at groups.google.com to request the access.
Correct. So for example, if I give this user group, now if I give this group access at, say for example, at an org level, some access, something like group, something like a viewer role. In my IAM, I'll not be able to see that group information. I cannot expand it by any chance. So it's going to always show like this. If you have a org viewer role, then you should be able to go to the org node. You will be definitely able to see this hierarchy in your organization structure hierarchy. Then when you go to your org node, under your IAM, you can see a specific category called as group. So that way you will be able to know who are the members inside this group. This is one way. And in some organizations, they also have something called as groups.google.com, where it's a private one. You can go and look into the list who are having access there. basically. That's how you can do it, basically. Any other questions, folks? It's an important one. That's the reason I'm asking you the questions. Is there anything which is there, which we have gone through?
Mahesh, can you show us, like, once again, how we won't be having in our free trial that resource manager and folder one, right, which you just showed in the.
So the resource manager, if I just go.
Okay, here.
So if you go here, so under your IAM,
yeah,
you will have manage resources. So if you see, you should be able to see manage resources in your free trial also. But only thing is that you will not see the org structure because you don't have an organization. So this is how it looks if it's a having a domain organization node. Now I can show you the same thing in a free trial account, how it looks. It's going to show me basically the resource, only the projects, nothing else. So if I go to
it's just showing the projects.
So, yeah, it just shows project. It does not show you anything else. The folders and organizations, it's not going to show. Now it's going to show you create folder. If you go and try it, it's going to throw you an error. Even though you are an owner, if you click on folder demo, it's going to ask us a location, which we don't have. We don't have an org node itself. So if you don't have org node, what is the fun in having resource manager.create folders.create permission? So you don't have it, so you cannot do it. So that's basically what is happening here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now one last thing before we move to the next stuff, and then we will go for a break. I'm back in this normal user learn GCP user. I see no org. Oh, sorry, where's my, did I remove it? Did I remove that user? Okay, maybe I have not refreshed this. Here I can see it. Yeah, I did not refresh it. So if I click on all, I see these projects, but nobody asked me why cannot I see a structure like that, which I see it in the other account. To see the kind of a structure, right? What is the role which you have given, folks, to this user? Editor. And editor works at what level? Only at a project level. Meaning, even if you are an editor, you cannot see something above the project level. Your visibility is only at a project level. To see something at a folder level or at an org level, you need to have a different role, basically. So one of the possible role which you can have is a very, very lightweight one called as browser. Let me just show you that role, because not in many videos people talk about this, or any courses people talk about this role. Very interesting role, browser. And believe it or not, it's going to have around less than 10 permissions only. Less than 10 permissions. But there's something very unique. What is that? It can do something at an org level, folks. Organization.get me the details of the organization, get me the list of the folders and the details of that folder. This is something which you will not get even if you are an owner. So yesterday I was just seeing a small WhatsApp message, so it was very handy. Like uh, uh, a blade can be very sharp, it can cut your hair, but it cannot cut a tree. Similarly, an axe is very strong, but it cannot cut a hair. It is something like that on the similar lines. So you may be an editor, but you are just an editor at a project level. That's it. You cannot see any organization node, you cannot see folder node. But if I give browsers the GCP resources, so if I just give this role, right, the user will be able to see the hierarchy, the folder structure, and the org structure. To make it very clear, if I just do this part, I'm just going to open one more tab and look into that owner. Let's look into the owner itself. The owner does not also have, So if somebody asks, what is the role which owner cannot see? It's basically he cannot see. If somebody is having a owner access or role, the person cannot see the org structure. The person cannot see the folder structure. So let's just verify it. Even if you have 3000 X permission plus permissions, you will not be able to see that owner. If the owner cannot have, even editor will not have it. So if I just go here, it's owner at a project, that's it. So if I just copy this, get me the details of the folder. Here, you will not see it. It is 0. You don't have anything. So, but what you will have basically is project level you will be able to get. Get me the project level stuff. You see that? You get it. So, and because of this 2 or 3 permissions, which is missing in owner editor, these 3 permissions, you are not able to see the hierarchy. Now, let me just give this user that hierarchy, the browser role at a org level, then the entire hierarchy is going to be shown. So how do I do it? Switch back to the owner screen, which is the Edge browser. Let me go to my org node. Go to IAM. So simple. If somebody wants to see the entire hierarchy, maybe if you are giving access to a CTO kind of a stuff, they want to see that hierarchy, make sure go to your org node, give that person browser role. And browser is only to just browse the stuffs, and this user will not even have access to any resources. Okay, so click on this. Now this user has browser and editor, meaning for all the projects I'm the editor, and also above the project I can see folder structure, org structure. So that's what it's going to happen. Now if I just refresh the screen, I should see that structure. Let me just refresh the screen. So just to make it clear, this is the user I'm in. Now if I click on this this thing, now you see this new stuff, folks, new stuffs. If you click on all, those website, Learn GCP Mahesh, one more project, batch 1 project will not be there, but I have the structure. Now I can switch. You see the structure, and it's all because of that browser role. So the reason is, to know this structure, you should have those permissions, basically. That is the key part here. So let me stop it here for a break. During the break, if something pops up, let me know, we can answer it. After we come back from the break, we are going to answer any questions. If there's no, I'm just going to quickly show you how to create an organization node. If you are interested, if you can purchase a domain, there are lots of domain providers who provide you domains. I got a domain for only 75 rupees. So there are lots of options like that. If you want, you can use it. Once you have it, you can have a org node also. So there are a couple of demos which we cannot do if we are using a no organization node, if you don't have an org node. So like shared VPC, that is something which you cannot do it. So if you want to create this thing, I'll just show you how to do it. And there's also a video in my channel for members. If you want, you can just look into it there. But I'll quickly show you that. Only thing is that you need a domain. Purchase a domain for a very cheap price. And please remember, the domain, you can use it for something else. The domain, why you need here the domain is to just verify that your identity is correct. And if you remember, when you're creating a domain, it sometimes some domain providers ask you even an extent of what is your PAN card number. So meaning your domain, your identity is verified when you are creating a domain. So Google wants to use the same identity, that yes, you are example.com organization, myapp.com. So it's already verified. They want to use that capability and create a node here. That is the whole purpose why the domain is going to be used, but you can continue using your domain for resolving to a specific application. So I'll show you all the details once we come back, and this is not from the exam perspective, only for your learning perspective and for your real implementation perspective only. Okay, so let's take a break, and once we are back from the break,
This conference will now be recorded.
so before the break, we were seeing how those resource manager, all those hierarchy works. Now let's at a very, very high level see how we can create an organization node. This is not a mandatory requirement. It's not a mandatory requirement. You can also have without an org node. What we are doing actually is most of the demos is without an org node only. Only few things are going to be only helpful when you are having an organization node. I'll show you how to create an organization node, maybe like 10% or 20% of it. If you are interested, you need to have a domain and you can follow the wizard, and it's very self-explanatory stuff. So usually the org node is your top node. That's the topmost node which you have. Under that only you will have all your other resources. If you are using a G Suite or Google Workspace, the org node is already there. Org node is already there. You don't need to do anything. So if a user who's having already a G Suite account goes and creates GCP this thing, the org node is going to automatically show for him. So he don't need to do anything extra. But if you already have an active directory, all those stuffs, you don't want to use G Suite or Google Workspace, then you are going to use cloud identity domain and create an org node. So that is what I'm going to show, because I don't have a G Suite account with me. I'm going to use I'm going to use cloud identity domain. So what is the step? Let me just show you. Come to your home screen. So I'll start from the home screen. So when you mouse over on your or click on your navigation menu, you will have an option called as they keep changing the position of this, so it's going to be a little difficult for me to figure it out. Yeah. When you mouse over on identity and admin, you have identity and organization, one option below your IAM. So when you click on that, since currently I don't have any organization, it's asking me to do a setup Google Cloud for your organization. So the checklist is going to be shown here. So you can use this and start putting the steps. Let me show you the entire process. And there are lots of steps which you need to do. The first one is set up a cloud identity domain and a organization resource. So for that, click on open. When you click on open, so it's going to ask you to sign up for a cloud identity. So, and there are two editions, as I mentioned. One is free edition, the other one is a premium edition. If you just look into the details, right, I would say not much huge difference. So if I just see open all, yeah. So cloud identity free, cloud identity premium. The only thing which you don't get here is Android app management. If that's not your this thing, ignore that. Similarly, advanced endpoint management, more towards blocking the device, all those things. If you want that kind of a stuff, you can go for this. And you have few other options which more when it comes to enterprise uh, auditing, all those things, that can be helpful. But for your self-learning purpose, your free stuff is going to be helpful, and that's what I am also using currently. That's it. So that's your stuff. Setup. Let's sign up for a cloud identity. So if I click on it, it's going to open up a new screen. It's going to ask for this. So cloud identity, lifecycle management, user lifecycle management, directory services, account security, single sign-on, all those things. Setup is free. So click on next. give a name like batch 6, just me, or we had around 10 people, so I'm going to make it as this. Then mention your phone number, go to the next screen. Once you go to the next screen, let me put my phone number. The next screen is the most important thing. Okay, not the screen, the next screen. So if I click on next, so this is the most important screen, folks. What's your domain, business domain name? So you have to mention your domain name. So for example, if I just type this domain, which is already registered, I don't have any other domain, but I'm just going to show that. So learngcpwithmahesh.com. So if I do this and click next, it's going to ask me to do some verification, like adding a text record to just verify that you own this domain. So if I click next, it's going to show this domain is already taken by some other Google service. Because I've already registered it, it's going to show me something like this. If I have any other domain, the next screen is going to be how to verify it. So it's going to ask you to add a small text record, and you can, once it is verified, you should have your domain. The entire details, a live demonstration, I have shown it in there's one series which I do basically for exclusively for members. There's a member option there, so you can see this. Create an organization node using GCP in GCP using cloud identity. It's around 15 minutes video where the entire stuff is walked through with a live demo. So I had purchased a domain and I had shown the entire steps using this step there. And it's going to be very self-explanatory. 1 minute. So it's going to be a completely a self 1 minute. Just give me a minute. So the entire wizard is very self-explanatory. You just need to keep entering the details. The only prerequisite is if you have a domain, everything and domain which is under your name, so that you can go and change it. You should have access to your domain domain service provider. If it's GoDaddy, you should be able to log in and do some add some text records. If you have that, even with your free trial, you can create this basically. So yes, there was a question. Will
I
we
just
have
want to ask that member one we have access.
Okay, this is only for members, folks. There's a membership. That's a different one. So that's a membership. So if you want to do that, you can look into that membership. There's a membership option which I have turned on in my YouTube. So if you're interested, you can look into that. So you get that access. That's a different access totally. Nothing to do with the GCP training, because in Google Cloud Architect training, right? Sorry, in the exam, they're never going to ask you questions of how do you set up the cloud org admin, all those things. This is for people who wants to do real implementation. They have some challenges. For them, I give some guidance by doing some videos and sharing with them. So if you want, you can get access to it by clicking on this join button, and there's going to be a cost for that. So then you will get access to it.
Okay.
I post once or twice a video in implementation video.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, so that's how you create your domain. Once you have your domain, the remaining stuff all follows there. You will have a domain, you can create projects, all those things. Now you may ask, okay, all good, what's a big deal if I don't have um, a domain? What's going to happen? So you cannot apply policy. That's it. You are currently now like a freelancer like me now, but if you want to be a part of an organization, having a domain is going to be important. I can just show you one simple example of having a domain. So anyway, we have the domain already, right? We can leverage this. So what you can get with domain is, with an organization node basically, is you can create policies. So if you just go to your IAM and admin, you have something called as organization policies. So if I click on organization policies, you will have around 50 plus policies currently, and they are continuously adding new policies very frequently. When I started, it was around 40 or so. Now it is 50 policies. There are lots of such policies. The one which we can use quickly now to test it out is VMs. So something on VMs. Whenever we created the VM, I'm not sure whether did you observe it or not. there was an option. It was creating the external IP address by default automatically. So if you feel for security reason you don't want a VM with an external IP address, you can put a policy at an org level. So if I put a policy at the org level, nobody will be able to create an external IP address. When they provision the VM, they cannot provision the VM with an external IP address. Only internal IP address is going to be there. So even if you're a owner, does not matter, because there's a policy which is put from the org level. So that policy is called as external. Yeah. So this is the policy, folks. Define allowed external VMs for your external IPs for your VM instance. So if I click on it, I would have already turned it on. By default, it's going to be not turned on. Okay, it is allow. Basically, I'm saying please allow this. So anybody should be able to provision this thing is what I have mentioned. Meaning any projects under this org should be able to allow it. So if I go to a project like website, let me see whether this policy is flowing through to this or not. It is also allowed because org itself allowed me to do it, so I can create it. Meaning if I go to my website project, go to VM creation, go to my VM creation, I should be able to create a VM with external IP address, straightforward. I'll just show you that part. Like this, you have 50 such policies. Even in your free trial, you can see all those policies. Again, questions on this kind of stuff will not be asked. But when you are doing the real implementation, these policies are going to be really helpful. I usually turn on these things. I've done some couple of projects where entire thing had to start from the scratch. They did not even had an account. Right from creating an account, everything I had done. So I had turned on certain policies there. So if I just go to my networking, under networking, folks, if you don't have a question, you can mute yourself. Otherwise, the background noise is going to be there. Let me finish it, then you can talk. So I can create it. You see external IP address is ephemeral. Let me just create. You should see an external IP address, a VM with an external IP address. Now, what I will show you next is the real use of the resource hierarchy which you maintain. So let's just wait for a minute for this VM to have an external IP address. Yes, it is having an external IP address. This is in project called website, which is again part of my org only. Now there is one specific project which is very sensitive, and I don't want anybody, even with a mistake, whether it's in console, any script, even with whatever the option they use, and even if they are the owner of the project, they should not have an external IP create. They should not provision the VM with external IP address, only for a specific project. Then what I will do is I will put it in a folder so that I can put it that policy. I can directly do it at a project level also, but any maybe a department itself. There's a department. In that department, nobody should create VMs with external IP address. If I do that, I can easily do that by with the help of policy. So what I will do show you is if I just go to my this thing, cloud architects, there's one project called as learn GCP with Mahesh. So if I just go to this folder, first of all, go to cloud architects folder. Now I had mentioned, right, there could be an interview question kind of a stuff where they may ask, can I create a VM in a folder? So if you select a folder like this, it will ask you please select a project. That's a clear indication that you have to do anything inside, any resource provisioning only inside a project. So it's always going to ask you, oh, what's this thing project, select me the project. So if I just go to policies, at a folder level, now let me search for that external IPs. Let me see whether there is anything applied. So now at a folder level, org level I allowed, but at a specific folder level, what I have done is denied, folks. Denied all. Previously in the org level, if you see, if I just switch it, or if you have not seen it, if I see at an org level, I have allowed it. This is org level. Now, if I make it at a folder level, specifically that cloud architect folder, I have put explicitly a policy deny it. So any project under this folder will not have an external IP address. How do I verify it? Simple. So just go to a project which is under this folder called cloud architects. So under that, I have one more folder. Inside that folder, I have a project called as Learn GCP Mahesh. So if you see at that project level, you can get a very clear picture. You are totally denied. You cannot create external IP address. How do I verify it? Simple. Go and create a virtual machine, and it's going to throw. It's not going to show. It's not going to error or anything. It's going to just show a warning message. You cannot create. You cannot create basically what? External IP address. You can create a VM with only internal IP address. More on what is internal IP address, external IP address, we'll talk about in our networking class. We'll keep it for our networking class part. I'm in Learn GCP Mahesh project. So if I change this to Singapore, scroll down on the networking section. In the networking section, if I expand the networking details, and we'll talk about networking in detail, folks, don't worry. So if I see it in our other project, website project, it was showing external IP addresses ephemeral. But here, because of my policy, right, it shows none. And it also very clearly mentioned external IP address for VMs. Organization policy does not allow associating an external IP with this instance. Contact your org admin to change it. Something very similar which Anil was mentioning when he is trying to view the group. Something very similar kind of an message. So this is because of a policy. Now if I go ahead and create this VM gets created. VM gets created, no problem, but the VM will not have an external IP address. How do you connect to this? All those things we'll talk later. So that's not the topic today. So we'll talk about that later. It's going to be simple in GCP. You see, I have a VM, but external IP address is none. So this is a security benefit, because the moment you have exposure to the outside world, you'll always have attacks. So if you don't expose outside itself, then you will not have any attacks itself, right? So having a VM with an internal IP address is always going to be better. We'll talk about more on this in our networking class. So this is one of the benefits of having org node.
Mahesh, one small question here.
Yeah.
Now what we done is at folder level we denied the external IP address, but under the folder I have 10 projects. For 5 projects I need to allow both internal and external, but for other 5 projects I do not want the external IP address. So in that instance, do I need to do it at project level deny?
I would say because you have more than one project, right? What I would suggest is under the main folder, you create 2 folders. 2 folders. One deny, another folder that allow and so allow. So all the 5 projects which you don't want access to external IP address, you should not have external IP address, put it into that folder. You create another folder which you are going to allow. So now you don't create your policy at the root folder, but create it at a second node, the folder below the root folder. That way it's going to be good. And you can have n number of folders, folder inside folder. I don't remember the limit, but you can have n number of folders. It's basically how you organize it. That's it. Like how you do it in a normal Windows folder organization. It's the same thing.
But at the end of the day, at project level, you cannot deny the.
You can do it if you want. You can do it at a project level also. You can do it at a project level. You can say, for example, if I just go to this project. So if I go to this project, go to my For some reason my mouse. So if I just go to IAM and strange. So I am an admin org policies, organization policies. So I'm now at a project level. So this is my project. So if I just do external IP, it is showing currently it is inheriting what is mentioned there. So you can have exceptions. So meaning you are overriding at a specific project level. Now click edit. So customize. You can also have a merge with the parent, replace it, all those options. You can play around with what is the option you want. So allow. You can allow, deny. So I want to allow this. You do it, then only this project. Okay, what is that I should do? Basically, I have to inherit default. So if I use default stuff, there's an option to override it. Let me put default for a minute. Google manage default. 1 minute. Let me just do customize, allow all. Let me just do this. So at a project level, I'm overriding this. I'm overriding this. For this, you need to definitely have some specific access. Now, at a project level, I have enabled it, meaning if I go and create a VM, it's going to work with an external IP address. But any new project in the future, if they add it to this folder, that is going to inherit the policy, and that project will not have external. You cannot provision VMs with external IP address in that project. But here you have got an exception, basically. So let me just show you this, and so that you will have a complete picture whether it's working or not. So if I click on create, so if I just go down the networking, I should see the option. Okay, I have to change the region to Singapore. You see external IP address. Previously it was none, now it is showing ephemeral. So I can do it at a project level also. So it's also possible. So you want exceptions, you can always have it. You can also merge and replace. Lots of options are there. So instead of doing it an individual thing, so if you have groups, if you have one, I would say no problem. You can go ahead and use it, apply it. But if you have multiple such things, group it
Do it
under the
default
folder,
already.
and it's going to be
Yeah.
easier. Manageability becomes easier. That's the only stuff. So let me just.
And one more outside of this question, like why you always created Singapore? Because we are near to Mumbai, right? I mean,
Okay, Mumbai is having some issues. I did not check it from last May. I'm having issues with Mumbai region, so I'm not able to create it. Sometimes it shows I cannot create VMs. There's no enough resource. So that's the
yeah,
reason I
okay,
slowly shifted to Singapore, nothing else.
okay. Thank you.
So I'll show you that when I do the compute engine stuff, you'll see that. There's one more question if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, Magesh.
Yeah.
Magesh, you said for creating a policy, we should require that the custom domain, right? We need to create first.
To
Or
create
we can,
okay, to create the org policy, you're saying?
yeah, any policy for our free account, for a free
Okay.
trial
Let me
account, we
show you
can.
that. So that was the next thing. So I'm in my free trial account. Now if I go to my this thing and click on org policy, it's going to throw me an error. First you should have an organization, then only I can do it. So let me just show you. It's going to show you the details, but I cannot do any changes. So I'm in my batch 6, which is a free trial account. So if I search for external IP, let me see whether I can apply it or change it here. Never tried it because it used to always ask. You see this, folks? You need to have the resource under an organization. So this is a constraint which Google has put. So if you want for your free trial account also to have this kind of a policy, you should be falling under an organization. So without that, it's not going to work, Vijay.
What about
Mangesh,
that project level?
Yeah. Project, okay. You can do project level also. That also, if you were to do, you have to be part of an organization. The first prerequisite for, because you see, right, it is what? Organization policies, meaning the prerequisite is the project should be under an organization. So it cannot be like hanging around, no organization. It cannot, it has to be a part of an organization. Only then whether you want to put a restriction or you want to have an exception, all those things will come into picture. First, be a part of the organization. After that, only any policies are going to be applied.
Is there any way we can test for this policy for
But
practicing?
right,
We can recommend
but
some.
right, but thing is that what you can see is you can just look at the policies. You can look at the policies and what the policy does, you will get an idea. So I myself have few videos on the in the channel itself. You search for our policy, you'll get at least 1 or 2 videos. So just looking at the policy would be helpful, because from the exam they will not ask you, but when you are doing a real implementation, definitely you will have access. You will be part of an organization node, so you can do it. But free trial, purchase a domain. If you are so interested, purchasing a domain will help you out directly.
Okay, and then one more question, like we have a couple of only couple of resource I can group and assign a policy instead of applying a whole project.
No, this is at an org level. So it's not like your Azure. So it is at the entire project you are going to apply. And if you see, these policies actually are basically to one resource only. So if I see the external which we were looking at it, it is only for VMs, folks. It is not for storage. It is not for something. So these policies are for some specific resources only. So not to apply it something like the one which you are asking. So group something and do it. If you were to group something, the only thing which you can do is at a folder level, add multiple projects to a group, sorry, to a folder, and apply your policy there. That's what you can do here.
Yeah, actually the requirement is here we have a couple of projects, and only a few project, they are accepting few policies. Remaining project, they are not applying the um, they are not
Default
accepting some.
policy.
Yeah, so only the certain project we assigned some policies like SSH and RDP and those like and block some high deployment virtual machine. Those are thing we are applying only for specific policy. And if you compare it
Okay,
with Azure,
so
we easily create a resource group level we are assigned. So just want to understand with GCP how we can able to do that.
okay. So what I would suggest is the Azure comparison, we can keep it outside. So it's going to become difficult for others to grasp also. I understand you come from Azure background. So if you have Azure questions, comparing part, we'll keep it out after 10 o'clock IST time, so that I can share some of my thoughts there. Uh, some specific things may not be an one-to-one comparison there. That's one thing. So not everything what you do it in Azure may not be the same way you do it here. It could be slightly different, basically. And if you see, like in blocking SSH, those kind of stuff, it's not a policy. So it is basically controlled via some kind of IAM roles, basically. So the policies when we see in GCP, it's only these 50, nothing else. Nothing else. If you don't see anything here, like for example, if I search for SSH, I don't get anything. So there's no policy related to SSH. If your VM is not having SSH access, it is not because of an org policy. It is because of an IAM role, which is defined at a specific project level. That is the reason. So at least with a free trial account, you have access to 50 server 50 policies, right? Explore these things, so that way you will be very sure whether it's a policy which is controlling the project or it is an IAM role, basically. So I would say 50 organization roles as of now only. So Few of them we are going to explore as we proceed further. Most of the policies are on virtual machines. Few are on storage and few are on Cloud SQL basically. So that's how you can create your org node for. Yeah, you're welcome, Vijay. Yeah. So that's how you create your org node, organization node, not from the exam perspective, but only from your real implementation perspective. Now we have already talked about it. So the slide was slightly misplaced. The policy inheritance, which I mentioned, is transitive in nature. So meaning if you give Bob, we did a demo itself. If you give Bob editor role at a project level and you're trying to restrict bob@gmail.com at a specific resource called pub/sub viewer access, he is still going to get for the resource, the topic A is still going to be editor only. We saw this. What is the child node or the child policy cannot override your parent policy. So that is the same thing. They use a term slightly different here. The policy inheritance is transitive in nature is what they mention it. So it's the same stuff which we saw, and the policy always flows from top to bottom. So if you are an editor at an project level, you are also a editor at the resource level. The same demo which we did. Instead of a pub/sub, which we don't know what is it now, we used virtual machine. Is there a
I'm
question?
sorry, Mahesh. Yeah, I just got confused because we just done the at organization level we created a policy which is like external IP address we denied, but at project level we allowed, and then it was allowing the project level policy, right? But then how this policy inherency stands to, because at organization level we are denying, at project level we are enabling it. So
it's an exception. It's an exception which you are buying. Like if in your real organization, you should never use a USB drive for any laptop, but there's some specific people who want an exception, right? You raise an IT request and you do it, right? It is the same thing. So at an organization level, nobody should create external IP address for any project is a stuff, but there are some specific requirements where you get an exception. So maybe you can do it at a folder level for better organization, or you can do it at a project level. So they give you that luxury there. So some exceptions. So that's where you get there.
Okay. So as a general concept, you're saying that policy is inherent, but at the exception we can still do it. Okay.
Yes. It's by default inherited. Mangesh, I see there's a question. Yeah, you mentioned some steps you missed. What was that? I did not see the question. Sorry. What was that, Mangesh?
Sorry, actually, I mean, in the virtual machine, right? In the compute engine, that you were able to, the external IP address was you were able to set, right? So I missed that.
Okay, so this is at a project level. So you just go to the project. So you go to the project, organization policy. Sorry, it should be our policy. Let me just organization policies. Previously it was inherited. We overrided it basically. So if I just go to external IP, it is showing inheritance. Like if it's custom, I have customized it. So previously it was inherited. What is there at my folder level, it was getting inherited, but I wanted to allow external IP address, so I changed it to allow. If I don't want it, I want to inherit from my parent. For me, the parent is my cloud architect folder. So what is the parent saying? I'm going to listen to that basically. So at the parent level, it is deny. So I'm going to get it as deny. So how did I do that? Allow was just click on edit, customize, not merge with parent, but replace. Allow. This is what I did, Mangesh. And I'm not going to save it because for future demos, I wanted to show the same thing for other batch. So I'm going to leave it as this. So that's it. Yeah, you're welcome. So now the most important thing of IAM. So I would say this is the crux. I would say most important part, which is on service account. So keep your questions for some more time. I'll finish this slide completely. Then if you have any questions, happy to answer on the service account part. Okay, so I'll give me some time to explain it completely. So service account, so far what we have seen is an identity which belongs to a human, and what is the access this human should have: editor, viewer, all those things we saw. Now, in some scenarios, not in some scenarios, in most of the scenarios, this human will be there for some time. Afterwards, the human is going to move on to a different project. So if there's any script or any automation stuff between two services, service account only comes when you are going to use something with two services. Two services. If you just need a virtual machine, nothing else, no interactivity with any other systems or anything, I would say I don't need a service account. I don't need a service account itself. But only when you are interacting with it, interacting with two services, it could be two VMs, it could be VM and a storage bucket, it could be a VM and BigQuery, anything, any combination, two GCP services. When you are talking, then service account is the one which is going to come into picture. Basically, this is a identity. It's going to act as an identity of a virtual machine. Every virtual machine till this is our fourth class, all the virtual machines which we have created so far was having a service account by default. We did not explore it because we did not come to that stage. So there is a default service account which gets created. We know it is going to start with our project number. So that is the same service account which is going to be assigned to your virtual machine. Now, why do you need a virtual machine with a service account is this virtual machine may interact with some other resource. We have seen trust nothing by default, authenticate every time. So if there's a VM and the VM is trying to interact with the database, it should prove its identity, right? So to prove its identity, this VM should have an identity. So that identity is nothing but your virtual machine. One virtual machine can have only one identity. Simple. But the same identity can be used by multiple VMs. So let me make it very clear here. So if I just take my so if I have a service account, SA uh, service account, this is nothing but an identity. We know it is nothing but an email address, or in Google they call it as identity, right? Now I can have VM1. When I provision VM1, I can mention it as one. Two service account are there. So I have, assume I have VM2, VM3. Now, what I meant was VM1 can use service account 1 or service account 2. VM2 can also use service account 2. VM3 can use service account 1. Now, basically, one VM, one service account. Simple. But the same identity can be used in multiple VMs. It is like one same email ID used for multiple purpose, right? So that is the same thing here. So if you have an email ID, you can get access to project 1, project 2, project 3, all those things. The same thing is going to apply here. And this is for a API or for a machine, basically. So this is what I'm mentioning here. Multiple GC instance can use the same service account, but one VM can only use one service account. It cannot use multiple service account. But if you want, I can switch between service account, but at any given point of time, one service account only is applied for one VM. You can create actually the service account when we created yesterday, right? to show you how an identity gets created. We just created a service, a email ID, but we never created a password, because service account does not use a concept of password, but they use a concept of private keys. So you can generate up to 10 keys, 10 keys if you want. Maximum is 10. So, and you can use this for multiple purpose to authenticate all those things. We'll talk about that. So there's no concept of password, but there's only a concept of keys here. And this is one of the main reasons why using your service account, you cannot log into accounts.google.com. Yesterday we saw, right? All other resources, it could be a Google account, it could be a G Suite account, it could be cloud identity account, or it could be members inside a Google group. They can log in interactively to GCP console and do it. But service account, we mentioned it cannot do it. The reason is it has an email ID, but it does not have a password. So how do you log into GCP console? Accounts.google. Sorry, you need to type console.cloud.google.com. It's going to redirect to accounts.google.com. You have to enter your username and password. Because it does not have a password, you cannot log in. Very, very simple way of explaining why a service account does not have access to GCP console. So to just show you that, yesterday we had created a service account, if I remember it. So service account. Let me just show you the one which we created yesterday. So this was a service account which we created. There's no key. Let me generate the key. And there are two forms. The recommended one is always JavaScript object notation, JSON. Done. It's saved to my local system. So let me just show you the private key content. So this is how the private key looks like. Now, this is equivalent to your password. Now, can I copy this? Go to accounts.google.com, folks. I cannot do. So accounts, or I cannot do it. So let me just show you that. The only reason is it may look very basic, but just wanted to make it very clear why a service account cannot have access to GCP console. Simple. So this is the email ID. Let me get the email ID. This is my email ID. Oh, why it is showing this? This is my service account email ID. Click on next, and you see this. You have signed in, like try again with that email ID. So this email ID itself is not going to recognize, first of all. And even if it gets recognized, the next part is you need to enter a password. So, and the password will have a limit, and the number of characters here is going to be too high. So very simple example why a service account will not have access to a console. It can do everything via command line, REST APIs, client libraries, but the console access is blocked, basically. So, and similarly, you can create, we created one key now. You can create 9 more keys. So for one service account, you can create up to 10 keys. You may ask why 10 keys? Usually one username, one password only, right? Why you need 10 keys? I'll answer that when time arises. So there are multiple reasons for it. So at that time, I'll definitely show you why you need to have multiple keys there. And when it comes to service account, there are 3 types of service accounts which you are going to get. The first and the foremost thing is Google managed service accounts. This runs some Google processes on behalf of you. My humble request is please don't even touch this. Don't even touch it, and don't even try to play around with this. If you try to mess up with it, even Google support cannot help you out. So they will simply say, please create a new project. And these service accounts are for are created inside a project only, right? So if you mess up with this, Nobody can help you out. The only thing is you have to start a new project. So first one is Google Managed Service Account. Now I'll also show you how do you identify it. So how to identify it with a small trick. The second type of service account which you get is built-in. So built-in, when you create a project and when you enable couple of APIs, Compute Engine API, one service account gets created called as Compute Engine Default Service Account. And when you enable App Engine, when we talk about App Engine, we will see that when you enable that, there's one more service account called as App Engine Default Service Account. These are built-in. And the last one is which you create, user created service account. So you can call it as custom service account. So in a project, you can create up to 100, meaning 2 are already created. If you have App Engine and Compute Engine element, you are left with 98. So you can create up to 98 service accounts if you want. In my one of the biggest implementation which I have done in my career, I did not go more than 30. So this 100 is a good number. Usually they keep certain things as a limit, sometimes a quota limit. So if you want more such service account, you have to reach out to Google Sales or do something to increase this. But 100, I would say it's more than enough, even in a very big project. So if you want specifically something more, then you have to reach out to the Google account, the account manager, or there's something called TAM kind of users. So you have to reach out to them. Then there's a possibility of increasing it. So in a nutshell, this is an identity of a service. So first, now let's go and see these 3 types of service accounts which is there, and we'll try to use our own same virtual machine Google Cloud Storage example itself to understand the service account. Okay, let me show you that. Then if you have any questions, happy to answer it, and maybe we can also take a break. First, let's just show those 3 types of service accounts. So if I just go to my service account, if I go to my service account page, when I get it, so I get 2. This is something which we created yesterday. This is user created, straightforward. This one is built-in. When you enable Compute Engine API, it's going to be created. Basically, this is an identity. Now, how do I know what is the role this identity has, folks? Very basic question. There are 2 identities. How can I know what is the role given to this identity? Any thoughts?
It's a
I would
compute
recommend you.
engine.
Okay, compute. So how do you know that? How do you get that identity? Sorry, how do you get that role? How can I check what is the role this service account is having? Simple question.
The name they mentioned,
But
right? Compute engine default service.
If you double click on that, you
The
can
name.
see, or
I can double click it. There's no double click. I'll just click on it. Where is that?
And then show the domain wide. Yeah. Right there.
Permission.
In the name it is mentioned like compute engine.
No, don't just go with the name.
Service
No,
account.
just go on. Just don't go with the name. The name could be totally different. So if I click on permissions, it shows me everything. So what was the service account which I was? This one. So this is what it is going to show. I have to remember my service account. So this is one way. This is one way you can see it. The other way, as Aman is mentioning, you can go to simple, folks. Go to your IAM. Go to your IAM and see your roles, basically. So put a filter only on service account. You'll come to know that. This is one straightforward option. Another option, if you just copy the ID, this is one option. The other option is directly click on that, go to permissions, you'll come to know it. The second option is come to your IAM, put a filter, and you should be able to see it is having an editor role. And we had one more service account. What is the role which is having what is the role it is having, folks? I don't see that account itself here. Batch 6, something which we created yesterday, right? Why it's not showing here? Any reason? Here it is not showing that it is,
because it was created at the project level.
This is also at project level. I'm in the project node only. This also is project level. This is also project level. So let me just click on it just to see the permissions which it has. It shows me the same screen, no difference. Why this service account is not having a role? Don't think too deep, folks. It's going to be very simple. Some questions may be to only test out whether you are fully attentive in the class or not.
Yeah.
Sorry, system. No. This is generated by the system, built in. This is something which we created yesterday.
Oh,
So
okay.
if you see, yeah, why this service account is not having a role? Maybe if you want to think it in the break time and come back. Yeah, there's an answer.
We did not assign any role, right?
Simple. That's it, man. That's it. Simple. We created an identity, meaning the service account is in bench currently. So you have just created an identity, but you did not give a role. Simple. Good, Vijay. So simple, meaning copy this service account, go to your IAM, do the policy binding. You did not do a binding. So how do you expect? So you just created an identity. So just go, click add it. You now go and give a role what you want. So let me just do something like, for example, storage admin. Now we have done a binding. Then you should see the stuff here. So if I put a filter service account, I should see my batch 6 project only having a predefined role. That's it. Simple. We did not give a role. That's it. We just created an identity. When we started identity part, we did not know even what are roles. So that's the reason I did not create it. So I did not want to show too many stuffs in the beginning. So we created an identity. Now we created a role. Only when you create a role, basically do a binding, then only the value for that identity comes. Otherwise, that identity is of no use. It's just the email ID. Otherwise, it's like sitting on bench, basically. That's it, folks. So we saw what user defined or user created, whatever you want to call, our custom service account. We saw built-in service account. Then the last one, Google managed. How do I identify Google managed? Is very simple. If you put a filter like this, and if you see any service account which is having a question mark, very crude way, but I'll show you one more better way also. So when you see mouse over on this question mark, it's going to show Google managed service account. So Google managed service account, and it's going to have some specific names, but every service account is going to end with gserviceaccount.com. So when you see a question mark, it's an indication that it is Google managed, and please don't even touch it. Don't play around it. Whatever be the role, don't worry, because this is managed by Google. They use it internally for doing some infrastructure stuffs, all those things. Yesterday Vijay had asked this, what is this one? So this is an API service agent. So this is basically to use by the internal systems on behalf of us. So, and please don't touch it, delete it, don't do anything. So just leave it and don't even play around with it. Now you may ask, is it only one managed one? There are a lot more. To know a lot more, I would say click on this checkbox. It may show more. Let me see, put a filter. So if I just uncheck it, Google provided. Okay. Currently, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to remove this user, folks. I don't need it anymore. I'm just going to remove it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now when I click on check this, I'm going to have anything more. Yeah, I have one more service account. This is also Google managed. Some of them are shown when you check this. Some of them are still shown when you even when you uncheck it. So the reason why Google did this is a new feature, folks. The reason why they did this, and this is still in not completely implemented, is what my understanding is. The thing is that if you don't include Google provided granted roles, so these are all Google managed service accounts. Now in the beginning, right, they used to show everything. Google managed, built in, and user created everything here. So it was creating problems for people. Out of curiosity, they used to go and delete something or modify something, so which was breaking the project itself. So to make that better, right, they have put this check. So only when you check it, then it's going to show you Google managed service accounts, more service accounts. Otherwise, it's not going to show you. Now this one comes up only when you show it up. It's Google managed. That's a key part here. And currently you see only these many. By the end of our entire batch, right, when you go back and look into your project, you will see n number of Google managed service account. For each service, there's going to be one managed account created automatically. So now we have only compute engine enabled. It's just showing compute engine stuff basically. All right. So this is your Google managed one. The small trick is just mouse over. Wherever it is having a question mark, I usually use it like this. So wherever there's a question mark under your name, this thing, it's Google managed. Now they have put a filter also, leverage this. And Google managed, totally ignore it. Don't even try to play around with it. Now let's take a 10 minutes break and come back. Once we come back, we will do a demonstration where we'll try to understand about the service account details. Most of the time when we created the virtual machine, it was using this service account only, which is an editor role, Okay, so we'll see how this editor role would be helpful, or is it going to be is it a boon or a curse, is what we are going to see once we come back from the break.
Mahesh, one small question. For the system generated service accounts also, we need to assign the role, right?
No. You don't need to even touch it. It's Google generated. Now, if you just go, you did not do anything. It was already created just because you enable certain APIs. So they also have their own role, compute engine service agent.
Yeah, that is Google generated, but we have the system generated, right?
What is system generated?
Yeah,
this one.
Yeah.
No, let's not use different names. Only there are 3 types of service accounts. One is Google managed, meaning this is going to be created, managed, everything is going to be done by Google. So we don't need to even touch, look into it. This is used for internal purpose by Google. The second thing is built-in. So built-in, these are going to be enabled only if you turn on virtual machine, compute engine API and app engine API. These are always 2. Nothing more.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, that built-in one, because whenever we are creating a virtual machine, it is automatically creating the service account, right? So that one, for that one, do we need to assign a role or not required?
The role is already assigned by Google editor. Okay. It's already assigned. We did not assign it. It was already assigned.
But we can change that. We can change that role. But you're saying that we should not play it, right?
You can change it, but I would suggest not to do it. So there are options where you can totally block the creation of this itself. There are possibilities to do that. I have done that. But some services by default, I'll talk about why Google has created this service account, why they have given editor role, which is a primitive role, which is very broad. Why Google has done that, we'll talk about that once we come back from the break. There's one question, one more. A service account, is this Google service generated? Is this also Google service generated? Okay. This is generated by Google, but it is not managed by Google. So you can modify all those things, you can do it. But when it is a Google managed one, don't try to modify it. Basically, I can change this role. I can change this role to something else, downgrade it. I can do it. But if this is a generated one, changing this role is going to backfire us with some issues with our project. So Google managed, don't even touch it. Built in, you can play around, no problem, but don't delete it. Don't delete it. All right. So let me stop the recording. Take a break.
This conference will now be recorded.
So before the break, we understood the service account concept at a very high level. This is an identity of a service. Now, how do I verify that? So whenever you see any concept and when you see that in action, right, the understanding is going to be better. That is the whole intent why we always jump between a concept and a demonstration instead of series of concept, then do a last time a demo. So that's not going to be a good fit. So I usually do this way. So hope it is making sense for you people. So we saw one slide, understood a little bit about service account. We also try to create an identity, a service account. We saw it's going to be called as user created or custom service account. We also created a key. The use of the key, we have not seen it. At a later point of time, we'll see it. Now we'll see how this service account can be used. Okay. Now we are going to interact with two services. So maybe first of all, I'll show you. I can do if there's only one service required, nothing else. If there's only one service required, nothing else, I just need a virtual machine and I don't need to interact with any other GCP component. I totally don't need this. I don't need a service account. It is like something like an isolated VM or a quarantined VM, something like that. In the current world, you can use that term there. So it is isolated. It does not interact with anything. So let me just show you without a service account, what can I do? With a service account, what can I do? Okay. So for that, before I do the stuffs, I wanted to create a bucket, folks. So I need to create a bucket because two services. So I'm going to create virtual machine. Similarly, I want to interact with a storage bucket. So for that, I'm not sure whether I have a bucket or I deleted it. Let me quickly create one. I'll go to virtual machines by the time the other screen loads up. I just created, I don't have a bucket itself. Let me create a virtual machine. The context is virtual machine and storage bucket, two services. So how they interact. So for interacting, what is required is what we are going to see by doing a small demonstration. And believe me or not, with just virtual machines itself, exploring virtual machine in each and every context, we are going to learn most of our GCP stuffs. Most of the concepts, even in our networking class, by the time the screen loads, would be basically provisioning virtual machine itself. We'll learn lots of our networking concepts. So I already have a VM. I don't want to use that VM. So let me create a VM. And by the time the VM screen loads up, let me create a bucket. And I can show you a bug, folks. Keep a note if you want, report it to Google. But a bug which I found out. So there was no bucket created, right? It was an empty screen. Now we have n number of time created the same bucket, the project ID. So what is going to happen? This is a known bug. This is the same bucket n number of times I have created it. This is a n+1th time I'm creating it. I wanted to show you a bug in this, slightly out of topic. Let that get created. Now let me upload an object so that I can access it. Something like meaning damage, two files, two objects I'm uploading. So standard, no rocket science, simple. So I uploaded it. Now I'm going to show you one bug. You can explore it later, but I'm going to show you a bug, and if you're interested, see it. It's just a UI bug, okay? Not something which is like a vulnerability or something like a loophole, I would say. So if I click on this and click on show info panel and go Do I see it? Okay, I guess they have fixed it. So they have fixed it is what I feel. Okay. So if you use the same bucket, whatever the roles which you had given, we had given some custom storage admin roles, all those things, right? It would retain for some time. So it used to retain, but it used to show it in the UI, but that person will not have access. If you have deleted the bucket, recreated a new bucket again, it's not going to have the same access if you have removed the access at a bucket level. So previously it was showing this in the previous batch. I had seen this bug. Maybe they have fixed it is what I feel. That's okay. Now we have our bucket. We have some couple of objects in it. Let me create a virtual machine first. Isolated VM. Let me put it in Singapore. Any zone is okay. Now to reduce my cost, I'm going to use it as F1 micro. With your $300 point, you don't need to do it, but make it as a habit. Then it's always going to drive you towards that, making a cost-effective solution. So now this is my identity and API access. So service account. By default, this is going to be checked, meaning your default compute engine service account, compute engine default service account is always going to be checked. And you also see another service account which we just created. I guess yesterday we created it. And there's also an option for no service account. So no service account, meaning I don't want to interact with any other resource in GCP. I just need a vCPU, memory, and some storage to do some processing. That's it, nothing else. So I can also create it like that. If I click on create, it works. I can log in. And if it is having external IP address, I can install certain stuffs, everything. But I cannot interact with any other GCP resources, basically. Any external resources, no problem. You can interact with. But GCP resources, you cannot, because you don't have an identity itself. Let's just wait. Yes, the VM is created. It has an external IP address. Let me SSH into it. So a VM without a service account. And let's see where from this VM. The VM is also in batch 6. The storage bucket is also in batch 6. Let's see whether I can access it. So now, first of all, if I run this command, auth list, this is mentioned in the cheat sheet. You can look into it. So when I do this command, it's going to show what is the service account you are currently using. It's going to show me that details. So gcloud auth list says currently there's no credentials, so it does not have any service account is what it indicates. So if it does not have any service account, can I access any buckets? Let's just check it out. gsutil ls. I'm not asking anything more. Just list me all the buckets in this project. When I'm trying to send this command, right, it's going to assume the project is batch 6 because I'm in the VM. So the VM itself in this part, so it's going to assume the project is going to be default batch 6 only. When I run this command, right, it's going to throw me an error indicating there's no 401 error. Anonymous callers does not have storage.buckets.list access to Google Cloud Storage project. So we don't have any access given to anybody or the entire world where they can list all the buckets. We have not given it. So if you were to list all the buckets, you should be an authenticated user. So you don't have an identity itself. So how can you authenticate? So this is your like isolated VM or a quarantined VM. So then you may ask, what is the use of this VM? you can use it. You have vCPU, you have some good amount of vCPU. I guess if it's not wrong, it's one vCPU. You have some memory, which is around 56 or something like 600 MB of RAM. You have an external IP address. You can install anything what you want, sudo apt update. You can do update. Then you can, if you want, say for example, Git will not be installed. It's not there. If you want, I can install Git. I can install it. Basically it's like a laptop without an laptop with internet connectivity kind of a stuff, where you whatever you want you can run it. So now if I do Git version, I see it. You just get a compute version, that's it. But you will not be able to install any GCP resources. That's the first one, isolated. So I'm just going to delete this, or let me keep it. It's going to be small virtual machines only. It should not incur cost. Now let's go and
Maggie?
use, yeah.
Yes, if I have created one database in GCP, if no service account for this VM cannot interact with the database server, which is inside in the GCP, right?
How we are trying to interact with the with the MySQL is going with the database matters. If you have installed MySQL and you're directly connecting using MySQL, that kind of stuff, you don't need to have any service account. But if you're going to use something with gcloud command, then authentication is required. You have to have access to it, depending on how you're accessing it.
Oh, okay. So which means like if I create my web application running on virtual machine with no service account, if I create a database, in example MySQL in GCP, there is no issue. So we can configure the connection
So
between
how your
the
API, how your web application, if your web application is written in Java, you're going to use JDBC driver. So it's going to just directly access the IP address, port, username, password of your database. You don't need to have a service account. You need to use, don't need to, but your virtual machine is going to use Google APIs like gcloud command or something of that sort using the API. Then you need to have a service account.
Yeah, which means it will communicate internally, not through public IP address, right? So from the
Again,
virtual
depending
machine.
whether you have provisioned an internal IP address or an external IP address. So how you have configured it. So depends on how, what and all you have done. If you have used only internal, then the communication between a web server and your database is going to be using internal IP address.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. So the next option which we are going to use is, we are going to use default service account VM. So, and in the beginning, it looks like we are always clicking on Singapore and it's going to be a pain. At a later point of time, I'll show you how we can make this something like easy. But let's go through the process. So how we will improvise as we progress. So couple of more times we are going to do this kind of stuff. Later we will have some more better options. Let me make it as F1 micro. Now I'm going to use my default compute engine default service account. When I select this, right, below that there is something called as access scope. Most of the time we used to just leave it as default, nothing else. So it was allow default access is what it indicates. First of all, we don't know what is access scope, and Google is really good when they are doing something in the user interface. They are going to put some tooltips, folks, very handy. So you just mouse over on it, it's going to give you some information. So select the type and the level of API access to grant the VM. Default, read only to storage and service managements, blah blah blah. So mostly if you use default, it's going to be read only access. If you click on all, allow full access, it's going to be full access to all APIs in GCP. Storage, compute, BigQuery, networking, everything. So when I click on specific, I want to choose what APIs I want access. You can click on set access to each API. Now there are certain services which has certain access level. So if it's BigQuery, which is a data warehouse, by default it is disabled. If you want, you can enable it. Similarly, you have other components in GCP, which is by default disabled. The only service which is going to have read-only access is storage and some logging stuffs. We'll talk about logging at a later point of time. So storage, this one. This is the only one which is going to have read access, meaning I can read from a bucket. I can read the bucket details. I can read the objects, all those details. So let's leave it as default. I just wanted to show what are the accesses which is available. Now let me just mouse over on this, get more details about access scope. Click on that and it's going to take me to a official documentation. And this is the official documentation on service account. Let me wait for the screen to come up fully. And on my right hand side, I see something like access scopes. Let's just understand what is access scopes. So I'm just going to give you 30 seconds. Look at this line and let me know what's your thoughts on this. One sentence, the first sentence. Access scopes are legacy methods of specifying permissions to your instance. What does that firstly strike you when you look at this? I don't need an explanation, but what is the first thing which strikes you when you look at this kind of a statement? Look for some
Basically,
keywords.
they're saying it's an obsolete method.
Absolutely correct. Deepak and Anil got it correctly. It's a legacy method, folks. So it can be removed in the future. I'm not saying it, but they are saying it. It's legacy. They are already giving you an hint. It is legacy, basically, meaning try to avoid this one. So, but let's see the stuff. But keep in mind, access scopes are legacy. How to overcome, we'll see it in the next demo. First, let's go with the default setting. In the default, what's going to be set basically is your storage is going to be read only access. Where is storage? Storage is read only. Some monitoring and logging stuffs are write only. Remaining everything is disabled basically. So it's a legacy method is what we understood. I'm just going to leave it as default. Click on create. VM is created. Getting created. Now from this VM, let's see whether we can access the storage bucket. So for that, I'm going to SSH. Once we SSH, we will try to run those two commands, gcloud auth list and gsutil ls, just to list me the bucket details. Let's see whether it's going to work or not. What's your thought, folks, whether it's going to work or not? So gcloud, and nobody asked me this. How in a virtual machine the gcloud is working? How the gcloud is working, folks, without me doing anything?
Every virtual machine gets default if you're using the image of market image, you always get the gcloud.
So I would say yes. So if you use a Google provided image, you are going to most of the virtual machine, the image which you are going to use will get most of them. There are few images when we see into Kubernetes and all, we'll explore one of the specific image called as a boot disk basically. called as container optimized OS, you'll not have something there. Fedora, if you have, you'll not have it. But most of the stuff, so Red Hat, CentOS, Debian, Ubuntu, all of these OS or distributions or Windows will have by default Cloud SDK installed, and it's going to be by default the latest version, if I am not wrong, at least the so-called latest version, this one. It's going to be by default installed. So you don't need to worry about installing the Cloud SDK on a virtual machine. Now, if I run this command, gcloud auth list, it shows me that previously it was no credentials there. Now this is, what is this as? This is our default compute engine default service account. So what is this virtual machine, this identity having the role, folks? What identity this, sorry. What is the role this identity has? What's the role this identity
Basically,
has?
compute admin, couple of
So
storage.
no, not storage, it's an editor. Folks, just a small suggestion, so you can type your stuffs. The only thing is that you're going to look into your recordings, so it's going to be more of your voice only. So if you type it, because the advantage of typing it is, right, will not bias others. At least others also will get a chance to think about it. So small suggestion. So use your chat. Whenever you have a question, definitely you can speak out. But if there's a response for a question, I would suggest to use a chat, that to a private chat. And if you think you want to share something to the community, to the entire group, put it in editor, so in the everyone stuff. Just a small suggestion, so everybody can think about it. Otherwise, if somebody says editor, oh, then they'll also think, okay, it was because of editor. Just a small suggestion, folks. Use the private chat when you're responding. So this is going to have editor role. You can just look into it. It's editor role because it is generated by Google. It's not because it is Google generated, it's going to have editor. When Google had done the setup, when you turn on an compute engine API, this service account is going to be created, and this is going to have by default editor role. And there's a reason why they have done with editor role, which we'll talk later. Now, this is the identity. Now, if I do gsutil ls, it's going to show me the bucket details. If I do gsutil ls, the bucket name, it's going to show me the objects. Good. Now, when I connect with this GCP service, right, Google Cloud Storage service, I'm proving myself I am having this identity. This is the identity. And I can access the other resource because I'm the editor, is what I'm saying. Now, can an editor create or upload an object here, folks? Can an editor upload an object from my virtual machine? So let me just create a dummy file. Let me create a dummy file, vi test.txt. Can I copy this to GCS? Everybody mentions yes, but I'll say no. Can I copy this to GCS? Now, storage. I have my file. There's a content in that file. Now, simple command gsutil cp text.txt, then my bucket. Now everybody expects this to work, right? That's the expectation. The only reason is the role of this identity is editor. We can upload it. But let's see what's going to happen. It says insufficient permission. Now, I will also put sudo and show you in front of it to show whether it's going to work. I want to show all the combination. So I have used sudo, it does not work. I have used normal gsutil, even that it does not work. Any reason why you think it is not working?
Because this particular service account is not having full permissions on the bucket.
Totally correct. So it is,
even though it is editor.
So it is because of this access scope. As Anil mentioned, it's because of your access scope. So even though you are an editor, and also as Aman mentioned, so the storage access is only, read only is what you have given. So you are having a double lock. A simple example is to enter your house, you don't have one door, you have two doors. One is your main gate, you open it, then you go inside to the house, one more another door you have to open it. So here you have only the main key, or maybe it is something like this. You open the door, you may not have access to all the rooms. There's one room which is utility, you may not have access to that. So storage, you can treat it as utility room. So you don't have access. You can read something or get some items from utility, but you cannot dump anything. So that is what is happening. So because of the legacy method access scope, it is blocking me this thing. So it is not allowing us to okay, so sure, let me just do it. So folks, please use your chat, small request. So don't use your unmute yourself and answer it. So let's others also think, folks, small request. So it is I'm not able to copy it basically only because of the access scope. Now you want to see it whether it is because of the access scope, you can just click on so when I come to the VM, click on the VM details, go down, I would say these are your stuffs. The default access scope only shows read only. Where's that? Read only. This is because of this only. I'm not able to upload it. Now, how do I fix this? How do I fix it? So one option to fix it, which I can think at this point of time is, can we give access scope? Can we make it at least full access, at least to storage? Then it's going to be good. So why don't we do that? So let me click on edit and see whether I can change my access scope. I made a mistake. Let me correct it. So I'm going to click on edit. Scroll down to the bottom where you see the access scope. It is saying API, Cloud API access scopes. You must stop the VM to edit the API access scope. So if it's running, you cannot change this access scope is what it indicates. So meaning nothing can be done. So I have to stop the VM. Let me go and stop the VM. The first use case which we are seeing, things which can be done when you stop the VM. More such features we'll see when we do it in our virtual machine class. So since we are doing IAM, for any change in your access scope, you have to make it basically stop it, edit your scope, and then do it. Let's just wait for the VM to get stopped. And the fun fact is when the VM gets stopped, it takes 90 seconds. When it is starting up, it's going to take 30 seconds. So I have stopped the VM. Now when I click on edit, I should be having the option of changing the access scope. So if I just go to the bottom, click on set access. So actually, if you see allow and set access, allow default access all read only. So to know the settings, you can get these details here. If you want to customize this, you change it. So I want to customize it only storage. You can ask, can I do this, Mahesh? So it's so difficult to know which access all those things. Why don't I do this? I would highly encourage not to do this, folks. The reason is editor role plus full access to all APIs, meaning from my virtual machine, if I get access to this virtual machine, I can do anything which an editor can do. This is the most deadly combination which you can have. So seriously avoid this kind of an option. Editor role using default service account with full access to all APIs is the most, I would say, it's going to become very powerful, and he can do everything. And if he knows GCP very well, somehow if the hacker gets into the system, some way, I don't know what way, if he gets, he can do lots of stuff. He can create lots of resources, spin off resources, delete resources, create virtual machines. Everything is going to be possible. So avoid always using default service account with full access to all APIs. It's highly recommended not to do this. So I'm just going to mention this in the implementation tip. This is not from the exam. This is from the implementation perspective. Avoid compute engine default service account with full access. What was the name called? Allow full access with allow full access to GCP cloud APIs, because uh, because with editor role and full access, any resource, any GCP resource can be provisioned. Then you may ask, what is a big deal provisioning the resource, Mahesh? When you provision it, right, it's not going to show your name. It's going to show service account created it. Everything is going to be logged as service account. So, and you'll not even get a clue whether it is a hacker doing it, because his name is never going to be disclosed. So, or it is really a genuine reason why the resources are getting created. So that's the thing. So okay, there's one suggestion. Can we suggest what could be the recommended no service account? No, no service account will not be a good choice. We'll come to a better solution, but no service account will not be a good choice in this case. I'll show you what is a better choice. So, but this is one important thing which you should avoid basically. Now, let me set it specifically which I want. Storage. For simplicity reason, I'm going to give full access, folks. On storage, using the service account, if you create a virtual machine, in this virtual machine, using that service account, it's going to be full access for storage. This is a second lock which you're putting, or a second restriction, second level of restriction which you're putting only for this virtual machine. Remember, it is only for this virtual machine. Access scope is only for a virtual machine, not for the entire projects or anything. I can have one more virtual machine where I don't want storage access. I may want something else. I can enable the access scope there. So storage is full. Now start the VM. Start the VM and let's see what's going to happen. And let me SSH. Remember, I had used two commands, gsutil command, also sudo command. Both did not work with the compute engine default service account with the access scope which was there. Now we have changed the access scope. The understanding is it should work, right? That's the understanding. Let's see whether it's going to work or not. So what's going to be your thoughts, folks? Please use a private chat. What's going to be your thought, whether it's going to work or not work? Y for S, no, N for no. S is what I get. No knows. Let's do the same process. Gcloud auth list. The same thing, nothing changed. Now let me run the same command. So it should be in my history. Okay, history is not there. ls file, gsutil ls. cp text.txt, this one. This is the same command, right, which we tried. Let's give a try whether it's going to work or not. So let me slightly expand this. Yeah. Hit enter. Still not working, folks. What could be the reason? Please again use your chat window, private chat window. What could be the reason? And always don't think too complex. Sometimes some simplistic things may be missed out. Please think in both the angles. Like the service account not showing the role, that kind of stuff. Like Vijay mentioned, we did not give an access. That's why we did not give any role. That's the reason it's not showing. Something like that. Need to give a storage upload permission. We already have editor role, folks. What else do you expect to give? Editor role. Maybe why don't I try with sudo? Did not work. So the same thing is the thing which you tried. It is not working. Now, why it's not working? Anybody wants to give a try still? The reason is the propagation takes time. Simple. So all these changes, it takes time to reflect, and that's one possible reason. The another possible reason, this is more like a hack. So if I clear the screen, put ls, what's the command to use see a hidden file, all the files in Linux machine? What's the command do you use, folks? Yes, ls -a. All the files is what I wanted to see. Now look at one of the folder. It's a hidden folder, .gsutil. Let me go inside that .gsutil and put ls or put ls -a. You see some credentials, and that too going to be cached. There's some caching happening. So either because of the cached content or because of the propagation, it's taking time. So what I will do is I'm going to delete this folder itself, folks. This is nothing from the exam perspective, folks. You will see such things when you're doing the real implementation. Just wanted to give you some idea on it. Now I have deleted it totally. I don't have gsutil, this thing itself. Let me give a try with the command which this one. Let's give a try now. Worked. So sometimes you need to think slightly different. What could be the reason? So this was totally a new thing. We gave everything, but if everything is given, if it's still not working, is basically cache. Somewhere something is there. In your browser, it's going to be cached. In this case, the credentials was cached. So maybe somebody can, if you are applying for some GCP role, if the person is too technical, he may drill you to this level to ask certain questions. Having this exposure is going to help you out. So good. Now, what's the biggest drawback of this approach which we did? There's one question. We stopped the server and started. Still, we need to refresh the cache. That's the bad part, Kumar. So you need to wait for the cache to get updated. We tried with sudo. Believe it or not, I have raised this bug request 2 years back. Still, Google is doing it, and they told our workaround is use sudo. Sometimes sudo works, sometimes sudo does not work. I felt deleting the cache is the best way. So I have already raised this. So you can also raise if you find any issues in GCP, but as a something like issue tracker. So if you just go to this issue tracker, you should be able to raise anything. So if you search my name, you may get a issue there, which I have raised, I guess 1 year or 2 year back itself. They told you have, because there's going to be a different approach which people are going to take basically. So if the ticket is raised from an organization, there is a different approach because it's a paid service. If you raise it from into this issue tracker, you can also look into it. If you raise something here, the approach is going to be here. It's going to be more of a community support. So if there's any bugs, you can raise it. They will definitely see it. This was a bug which I have raised. It takes a time, almost 2 years. They have not done it. I use this option. And this is also to showcase that we understand GCP to some great extent, how this works, all those things. This is the approach. Actually, if you ask me, this is a bug, I would say, or it's going to, we have to wait for a longer time for the cache to get updated. So if we cannot wait for a longer time, this could be a shortcut. That's it. Now, what was the biggest drawback of this approach? Using a compute engine default service account, using access scope, all those things. What was the biggest drawback which you felt? Now start thinking as a cloud architect, or start thinking like a customer. If we have, okay, if we have a multiple VM affected, what would be the solution? We'll come to the solution, Vijay. We'll come to the solution. So what was the biggest drawback of this approach? Once we know the drawback, we'll have a fix. We'll have a better solution for this. So I have got an answer from Kumar. Anybody else wants to give a try? What was the biggest drawback of this approach, which we took? Anybody else? Folks, please don't take me wrong. So please use your chat window. The biggest drawback of this virtual machine, this approach was downtime. I need to stop my virtual machine. Without stopping, I would not have been achieved this. So this is the drawback. Even if it's a non-production environment, nobody wants a downtime. Everybody wants to have it while it is running only. So this was the biggest drawback. So now coming to the solution, which is what Vijay is expecting, what could be the possible solution? The possible solution for this is user-defined service account. You create your own service account, do everything. So how? Let me just show you. So for that, I'm just going to close this. So we'll create one more virtual machine. This time we'll not use compute engine default service account. So I'm going to call this as user defined SVC service account. Same thing, make it as Singapore. Scroll down. Now, please observe the screen very carefully, folks. Only when you have compute engine default service account, you'll see access scope. The moment I change to the some other service account, the access scope is totally removed. The access scope is totally removed, and it's going to show use IAM role with the service account to access VM to control VM accesses. So meaning when you use custom service accounts or user defined service account, then you are going to control everything via IAM, and we know IAM is the best way. And this is the main reason why you are seeing that legacy. So avoid trying to use default compute engine default service account because it uses always access scope, and access scope is legacy. So this is something which we can add it in our implementation tip. Avoid using account because it always uses access scope, because it always uses access scope which is legacy. I'll just get a reference for that legacy. So that you can click on look into it. Legacy and any changes to the access scope requires a restart. Now you may ask then why Google did this. Simple, to make your onboarding process simple, easier. How many times, it's the fourth class, how many times we created virtual machine? Roughly around 10 times you would have created. If in the beginning itself, if Google had asked, please create a service account with the specific role, then only you can create virtual machine. How many of us would have created a virtual machine? None of us would have created it, right? It is just to make your onboarding process faster. They created this default service account with an editor role and gave all those things. It was just to make your onboarding process faster. And another reason why this service account exists is there are certain services which is going to use by default this one. By default, if you don't have anything, it's going to use this as a default one. So for that reason also they have added this. Basically the main reason is to make your onboarding process, your learning stuffs important, to make it very easier to learn. Let me just go ahead and use this one. So what was the role which we gave to this bucket for through this role, folks? No need to remember it, we can just go and check it. So IAM, the role which we gave, service account, so it is storage admin. So for now, let's not make it storage admin. Let me make it something different. There's a reason why I don't want to make it. So let me make something like storage. The same thing, I'll try to do it. Object viewer. Only object viewer is what you have. Okay. Now let me go ahead and create this VM. Our third VM is going to get created. Once it gets created, we'll go and see it, what's going to happen. So now SSH into this system and use the same command gcloud auth list. It's going to show you a different service account, not your default one, the one which you created. It's going to show you that. There was a question related to this which I saw. Without disclosing the actual question, I'll share you the info there. So gcloud auth list. For the first time, it's going to be a user defined or user created service account. Now, can I do gsutil ls? It shows me you don't have the permission to do bucket listing. So you cannot list the bucket. So if I know the bucket, can I see the details? Yes, you should be able to see. My bucket name was, I can list the objects, view basically, but I cannot list the objects. So this is fine. Now I want to create a bucket. I want to upload an object, do all those things. Now, what role you need to give? You should be knowing this by this time. I want to create a bucket. I want to delete a bucket. I want to upload an object, delete an object, all those things. What's the role which I need to go for, folks, for this one? What's the for this thing? Simple. Yes, that's correct, Anil. So it's going to be storage admin. You just need to have a storage admin role. Now, The biggest advantage of this approach is no downtime. The VM is still running, folks. I'm not stopping it. I'm just going to my IAM. As Anil mentioned, I'm just going to change the role. That's it. So propagation, all those things will take, we will try to fix it. We don't have any problem. We can do it. Maybe, why don't I put sudo and also show you, just to be very sure. It does not work, but I'm going to make it as storage admin. So storage why I can't see it fastly. Storage admin. That's it. Done. It can work immediately or it may not work immediately, but we have a fix also. But let's give a try. So we have changed the role. So let me just use gsutil ls and see whether it's going to propagate. Sometimes it's going to be quick, folks. If it does not work, use the hack which I told you. Okay, so working. It's working, and you will see some funny things also. Let me create a file. I don't have any file. User defined svc.text file. CU in GCS bucket. That's it. So gsutil cp sometimes this copy works, it does not work. Again, it shows that propagation delay there. Let's see it. If it works, all good. If it does not work, you know the trick. Go delete the cache and do it. Now it is done. Awesome. Now, because I'm an admin, right? What I can do, I can create a bucket, folks. I can create a bucket, make bucket ls. So I'm going to call something like use my project ID. SVC demo. I can create a bucket also because I'm an admin. Now, if you look into the audit logs or the activity page, you'll come to know this bucket was created by the service account. How do I see it? Just go to your home screen. So home screen, and there's one question or suggestion. Let me just show you, read it out once I finish this part. So go to the activity page. Once I go to the activity page, it's going to show me all the activities. And to see the activity, you should be at least a viewer, basically. So now my time currently is showing as 12:19. It's the Singapore time. So when I click on this create bucket, what was the bucket which you created? This is the bucket. It was created by whom? It was not by you, but it was created by a service account. So because that service account has that role, you were able to create it. Now there's one question. Okay, remove the cache. He can provide the absolute part to Linux. Sorry, can you please provide the absolute part of the Linux to remove the cache, right? Absolute part. What do you mean by absolute? So if I put ls minus a, so it's going to be in my profile dot gsutil. Are you asking this absolute path? This is the thing. So just put, it's in your root directory, folks. It's in your home directory. It's in your home directory. Now, what's the biggest advantage or drawback of this option? Is there any drawback which you have found it here, folks? So each VM we need to create our own service account, or we can use a common service for account, some common service account for all virtual machine. We use common service account that makes difficult to make the changes. Please advise. So thing is that you should use a kind of a template where you don't use your common. When you mention common service account, I understand it is your default service account. If you use default service account, you'll always have problems. So always use a user-defined service account. Always use a user-defined service account. That's it. Now, I can just show you one simple example here. So if I now I'm doing everything via IAM. I'm doing everything via IAM. Control, everything is controlled via IAM. Now, can I create a virtual machine from one more virtual machine? So if I do gcloud compute instances create VM1 zone Southeast 1A. Can I create this virtual machine, folks? Or maybe I'll do it in B. It's Jakarta. So will this work? I've already got an answer from Anil. Anybody else wants to try it? Will this work, folks? From a virtual machine, I'm creating one more virtual machine. Possible, folks? Why not? If it is possible, why? If it's not possible, why? Both the answers. So why I cannot create a virtual machine? Is it because from a virtual machine I cannot create it? I can only create it from a cloud shell or console? Yes. So Anil and Mangesh got it correctly, because what's your identity in this virtual machine? It is only storage admin. So you need to have, and please folks, let's not use the term permission. It's the role or the access. Let's try to use it. So maybe in the beginning it may look very difficult. Slowly, if you start practicing it, so access, it does not, we don't have the right role or access. And even in Google itself, I have seen they use somewhere permissions here and there. So that's not a good option is what I feel, because you never deal with permissions. You always deal with role. Then why you want to mention everywhere permissions? So let's go ahead and give one more specific role. What role can I give? So let me give something like compute admin. So most of you mentioned compute admin is going to work. Where is that? Compute admin, done. This is what you wanted, right? So will this now work, folks? Will this now work? I have given compute admin role. It should work. I would say again, it will not work. It will not work if this virtual machine is going to use a service account. This is a virtual machine which you are going to create. This virtual machine should also have a service account. Now let's just give a try. What's going to happen? It's going to say you don't have that service account user role. Yesterday, which you saw in the UI, you're going to see it in the terminal. So let's see it. If it's taking longer time, it's an indication something is not correct. Now you see the same error message. So if you see the same error message here, which it's saying you need to have, what is that role? IAM, so let me slightly make this side. So IAM service account user role on the service account. This is missing. Now, if you want to impersonate, only then you need this. Now, if you say, I don't want a service account itself for this virtual machine, which I'm going to create, then mention it as no service account. So if you don't know the syntax, no problem. Just go to your home screen, to your virtual machine. Go to your virtual machine. Why the screen shows like this? Go to your virtual machine. Okay, I'll just go to virtual machine from here, folks. There's one or two questions. Let me finish this and answer it, folks. I'm just going to use search today. VM. I don't know, my system sometimes freezes. So if you don't know the command, you can use your G-Cloud Beta Interactive. That's going to be helpful in some cases. In some other cases, you can do this trick. You are working on virtual machine and you want to know some G-Cloud equivalent of it. Just go create the virtual machine how you want it to be created from a command line. Mention all those details. At the bottom of this compute engine, the screen is still loading. At the bottom of the compute engine's creation, you'll have a G-Cloud equivalent. So that way you will come to know what is the equivalent. So this is another way of finding out a command. So documentation is always there, auto suggestion is always there, but if you don't know what to search for, it can give you this option. So if I just do no service account, I don't want any service account. What's the equivalent? You can get this command line, click on this command line, it's going to show you the equivalent of no service account. So this is what I have to mention. No service account, no access scope, nothing. So copy this and mention this here. Now it's going to work. It's an isolated virtual machine. It does not require any IAM role, any service account or anything. It's going to get created. So got created. Now you want to list the VMs? Possible. Just list it. Because I'm already a compute admin, I should be able to list my VMs. Now when you look into the activity page, of this one, right, what's going to happen basically is it's going to show service account only created the virtual machine. That's the information which you're going to say. Now assume if I have made compute engine default service account and full access, it's an editor, then I can create VMs easily from logging into this VM. And VMs sometimes can become very, very expensive if you have a very high machine type. So that is the reason you should always avoid that combination. So one last thing I'll show you and then we'll stop it, which was something which I got it in the exam. A hint here. So this is our, what was that? User defined one. If I go inside this one, right, inside this VM details, it's going to show the service account is our user defined service account. But you will see some more additional information. This is a service account, no doubt. We just created it with by ourselves. This one strikes you something. So let me just zoom this, folks. Why full access? Is this going to be really a problem for us or not, folks? I'm using I told if you're using compute engine default service account, never ever give full access. Now when we use a user defined service account, by default Google is giving full access. Is this a problem or not a problem? Is this going to be a problem? I would say it's not going to be a problem. Vijay Kumar is correct. So it's not going to be a problem, folks, because the ultimate is your IAM. So the ultimate thing is your IAM. So even if you have full access, does not matter. You don't have the necessary access to basically do something with this role. This identity has only storage admin and compute admin, nothing else. If you want to do something else, for example, BigQuery or Cloud SQL instance, you'll not be able to see it. Let me just show you one simple stuff. Even though it shows full access, right, everything is controlled via your IAM. So I'll just use this command gcloud gcloud SQL instances list. Okay, this is going to show some API. Is there any service which I can show? Any other service which I can show? What service which I can show? BigQuery I can show. BQLS. BQ is nothing but BigQuery. BigQuery LS is going to list all my BigQuery data set. So currently it does not show any error, but if I create a BigQuery, slightly a jump, I'll just show you that part. So if I just go to another resource, I just wanted to show you another resource, what's going to happen. So if I just go, search is becoming, let me just search it, folks. I'm just creating one more resource, the third resource, which we'll explore more in detail. BigQuery, which is a warehouse. I'm just going to create a simple data set. So a data set, and you will see you will not be able to list that data set from this virtual machine, even though full API access is there. Does not matter. So our batch 6, this is our batch 6. We don't have any data set. So I'm just going to create one data set. It's more like database. We are creating batch 6 IAM. I'm just going to leave, okay, underscore should be there. I'm just going to leave everything as default. So if I see it here, there is a set, data set created. Now if I run BigQuery list, it's not going to show me, even though I have full access. So everything is controlled by your IAM. So what is the role you have given, it's going to show. Now if I just go and give this service account, BigQuery admin, this command is going to work. BigQuery ls is going to work. So we have not given it. Let's go and give it, and you should be able to see it's going to work. So my screen is frozen. That's the reason I'm using search. If I go to my this thing, the service account, I can add a new role called as BigQuery. We'll talk about BigQuery in detail later. BigQuery admin. It's another service. That's it. Enabled. BigQuery admin is enabled. It has 3 roles. Now if I go back and run it, it's going to show me the data set which we created. So if you have using custom service account or user defined service account, don't worry about the access scope. It is not going to be applied itself. Even though it shows as full access scope, it's not going, it's a configuration which is of no use for us. All right. Hope it's clear, folks. For folks who mentioned it's going to be a problem, hope it is clear now. It's not going to be a problem. So it's not going to be a problem. All right. We'll stop it here. So when we resume back on next Saturday, we are going to talk about more on service account. I guess one more entire session is required to understand service account much better. So this was just a small start itself. So we'll stop it here. There's one question. Let me answer it. One question from Vijay. If a single user defined service account for all VM that also having the same issue, who made the changes? Please share the use case. Sorry, did not understand it properly. So you have one single user defined service account, and you want to know so that having the same issue, who made the changes?
No, Majid. I got it that after that we can manage through IAM, right? So in IAM we can manage it. But my question is, the default service account is there, right? So is it possible to we manage through IAM, or it is not recommended to do that?
What do IAM? Is it possible to control it via IAM?
Yes, sir.
Come again? Did
The
not
service
understand.
account. No,
Yes.
that default service account is there. Similar like user service account, we can give permission, IAM permission to
You can
that.
give. You can give. So this is editor. What you're saying is don't give editor. Can I do something else? Is what you're asking?
No, similar way we can use like user defined, right? Similar way
No.
we can give yeah.
No. So if
That's
you
not
mention
recommended, but
default service, not recommended, but if you try, if it's not recommended, but if you try to use also, the moment you put default service account, it knows what is a service account, right? By default, it's going to not by default, it's going to automatically apply access scope to it. So you cannot skip access scope when you're using default compute engine service account. You're forced to use it. So we still have a problem to stop the server. Yeah, you will still have the problem. You will still have the problem. So that's the reason you should not use this default service account itself. So if I just show you one of my project, so it's not just having sessions and saying you the best practice. I have my project, the website. This is where my website so runs actually. So if you just go to Learn GCP with Mahesh, so this is the website which runs. Actually, it runs on App Engine, and this is served from this project only, website project. If I just go into this project, and I'll show you the IAM roles which I have. So to some extent, I would have used some best practices. One of the best practices, I would not have even created this default service account itself. Let me see. So was this the project? Yes, this was a project. Look at this, folks. Do you see the default service account? You don't see it, right? Do you see it? No, or maybe I can put a filter to have a better view. You see it? I don't have it. So because it's not for onboarding purpose, it's not for my self-learning. I'm creating a website. It has to have some good standards. So other things I don't have much control because these are Google managed. Sorry, these are something managed by Google. If I'm not wrong, these are all managed by Google. I don't want to touch anything. I have just left it. I don't have that service account itself. I don't need it. So how I did it is going to be a task which you need to explore yourself. Okay, you cannot do that. Yeah, you cannot do it. If you don't have an org, you cannot do it. So what I have done basically is I have put an organization policy in such a way that this service account does not get created, basically. So that way you will not have any problems with this itself. So only when you have this only you will have all those kinds of problems, right? Don't even have it in the beginning. So this is your recommendation when you're creating a project, basically, Vijay. How do I do it? Basically is I create something like an org policy. The policy is basically, if I just go to my org policy, whenever you okay, I'll just add it. I'll just add it in the implementation documentation. The way I do, and folks, the class is stopped. I'll just add this documentation and we'll just stop the class. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer it after this. Let me just show you this part and we'll stop it. 1 or 2 minutes only. So the policy which I have done using is skip default network creation. What this does is when you click on create a VM on the VM creation page, right, there was a wheel which was spinning behind the scene. There are two steps which was done behind the scene. One was creating a default VPC, a network, and creating the service account. These were the two major activity which was doing behind the scene. If I disable this, firstly, I have enforced this. So this way, I will skip any default VPC creation in my project. If my VPC does not get created, my service account also will not get created. So this is a best part which you can do when you are doing the implementation. So I will usually share this information in the networking class, but since you people asked it, I just shared it. So I can add it in the implementation, but you'll get more clarity on this in your this thing. So avoid a compute engine account, uh, avoid creating by using skip default, what was that name called? Default network creation as the org policy. This way you can do it. So if somebody is interested in creating an organization node, you can give a try with this. So it's going to work actually. So we'll stop it here, folks. We'll stop it here. If you have a hard stop, you can log off. No more further lectures, but folks who have questions can ask your question. You can unmute yourself also and ask your questions. So I'm done with the class today. Any questions,
Mahesh,
folks?
yeah,
Yeah.
I have one question for regarding labeling. Yeah,
Sorry,
so
question on?
how do we label labeling label?
Uh-huh.
Um, how do we we set up the label for the project level?
Label for project is what you're asking?
Yeah, all resources to automate the label.
So there's no automate label, but when you're creating any resources, you can create an attribute called as label. This is going to basically help you for billing purpose to
Yes,
find
yes.
out. So you can create labels for each resources when you do it. So if I just go create
No,
a
question is we can manage through policies like providing labeling like uh, project level, so that will inherit to all the resources.
inheriting is not available here in GCP, Vijay. So you have to give it for every resource. When you provision a resource, you have to give a label yourself. Something like you create a label at your project, it does not inherit to every resource. Maybe in Azure it is there, but in GCP it is not there. So what you can do is you can have something like have a script, a cloud function, like something like Azure functions kind of a stuff, where it keeps on monitoring any resource. The moment a resource is provisioned, if there's no label, it can add a label. You can have a implementation like that, but there's no default setting like this currently. Maybe in the future they may add it,
Oh,
but you don't have a label which inherits. You can manually add labels to individual resources, but inheritance is not there.
okay. Okay, what could be that service, Makesh, you said, right? Like
Cloud
if any
functions.
resource create automatically.
So it's not automatic. You have
Oh,
to write
cloud
a
function.
script where you keep on monitoring it every
Yeah.
second, any resource provision, or you can look into the logs, any resource provision, push it as a topic to your PubSub. The PubSub will see, will trigger a cloud function, and the cloud functions will see, okay, whether there's a label or not. If there's no label, let me add it, or escalate it, saying that somebody has created a resource without a label, something like this. Or the better option is use something like Terraform, where you follow a procedure of labeling every resource. That's another option.
Okay, if I have a one project, there is a lot of project, a lot of resources, no label, already created one. Those also I can use that cloud functions, or I
So
need
there,
to do
for
it
that, you don't
manually.
need a cloud function. What you can do is basically um, explore what are the resources you have. You can go look into it. So for example, if it's virtual machine, there is a command for to add a label. So you can have some gcloud command if it's storage bucket, if it's virtual machine, if it's Kubernetes cluster. There's a command to add a label. So get the gcloud command and you should be able to add. So let me just add a label to these VMs which we created. So if I just go to those 4 VMs which we created, none of them have label. We don't have any label. So if I just go to my So if I just click on label, this is existing project. You can treat it as an existing project where no labels are used. No labels are used. Now, how do I put it? Simple. Get the user, instead of using it in the UI or creating a script fully. So use your gcloud command, gcloud beta. I don't remember the command. I'm going to use this auto suggestion option. Let me show you how can I do it. So maybe something like run it as a script, recursively do something like that. Let me just show you once I get the prompt. G-Cloud compute instances, then add labels. So add labels, give a name, the instance name, the label. So let me see what's the instance which I have, VM1. So I'm just going to give VM1, then hyphen label. It's not showing the suggestion. Labels. So it's going to be a key value pair. So something like environment equal to production. Cost center is going to 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. Hit zone I have to mention. Sorry. It is picking up the zone. Okay. So was the wrong thing. What was the zone? What is the zone of this one? It is in Jakarta.
And one more challenge is there, some users are now deleting the labels. That also will affect our billing.
Okay,
So
they are deleting the. Okay, then I would suggest to have a service which keeps monitoring the stuff. So now you see I added it. The
yeah.
the labels are showing. So okay, what you can do is do something like this. Cloud functions, if somebody deleting, so you need to make sure some kind of a background job keeps running every minute or something. So with cloud scheduler and cloud functions, you keep monitoring any resource without a label. Stop this resource. Simple. So then if somebody comes back and asks why you have stopped it, because as per the policy, you should have a label, because we need to know who is incurring cost, which sub business unit or which cost center is incurring a cost. As per the policy, we are stopping it. So then they will stopping it or remove the labels, basically.
Thanks, Manish. Manish, do you have any document or anything related with that cloud function so that it help for me to do that?
Sure, I guess I had seen somewhere something. I'll just check cloud functions. There, I had seen this idea from some document only. Cloud functions, GCP labels. Label resourcing, adding a label, detect labels. I had seen something. Yeah, changing the label of an existing GCP resource. I saw somewhere something of this sort.
This one also we need to use a service account, user managed service account, or the default service account you can use
You
for
can use
cloud
a
function.
user for cloud functions and App Engine uses by default App Engine default service account. If you, and that's going to be again editor role. If you don't want, you can create your own user defined service account and do it. So it's better to always use user defined service account. You have more
Okay.
control there.
Okay.
So
And
look into this. It can give you some idea. Cloud functions, operations, label. This works, project ID, endpoint, labels. It's a little bigger implementation, I would say.
also
Look into it.
we have received a new billing account, and I have received a request. They want me to move all the existing projects from the organization from old billing account to new billing account. Is that create any downtime, or is there we lost any
No.
permission or back permission?
Nothing is going to go. Nothing is going to go. Uh, Even if you, it's going to be to detect the change itself, right? It's going to be so simple here. So if you just see here, if I go to billing, okay, I don't have access here. Let me just show you in the other project.
Because the organization itself I need to change.
No.
I have created.
So you want from the entire org itself, you want to change it to a different billing account?
Yeah, actually, we have received a new billing account. We have recently signed contract, and they give a new billing.
Okay.
our existing organization project, completely change the billing account.
You can do that actually. So if you just no downtime is going to be, so it's going to be just take less than a minute, I would say, to do the entire change. And in this 1 minute, the resource are not going to identify that there's a billing account change or disabled or something. So you have a billing account, make sure you migrate it to that. So there is an option. I have done this in the past. There was an option. At an org level.
Organization level, need to change the organization. Directly instead of project, directly you can change the organization. I think you don't. If you go organization, that's the option, I think.
I'm in the org node only. I came from org node only. From the org node only.
Here only there was an option. Just click and change the organization, like that was there.
Change organization. Okay. If you are if this account is part of two organizations, so you are going to have two organization nodes basically. Our billing account is going to be changed. Only billing account changed.
Billing account change. We need to create a new organization. We are moving.
New organization node. New organization node.
Yeah.
Node or billing account.
No. Actually, we receive a new billing account. Previously, whatever billing account want to change. So that's what I searched some in Google. They mentioned like create a new organization and just directly move this organization from here to here. The billing account, they said.
Okay. So thing is that if you do that right, new organization means what? You need to have a domain.
Create a new organization.
Organization is nothing but a domain name, right?
Yeah.
So you should have another domain.
Like a tenant. A new tenant.
Sorry, new?
Organization
new
means
tenant.
tenant.
Yes, yes. So you have to have a
but
new
actually,
domain.
I seen some article. They mentioned like doing that, but I'm not sure whether it's
So
the
this
right
is from
way.
organization to this is from organization to organization. Then it's going to work. But if, say, for example, simple. If you see this organization, they want the same organization node. Only thing is that the credit card. Simple. The credit card is changed from one to another. That's what is basically the billing account changed behind the scene. So you may get some benefit. So I would see. I have not seen that option there. Where how many projects do you have in this organization node? Many?
Many projects. Around 20 plus project will be there.
20 plus projects. Okay. Okay.
My
What
only
I
question
would
is, it will affect any RBAC roles?
No, nothing will happen. So this is only related to the billing. So nothing is going to happen. So no IAM roles, nothing. So everything is going to work as is. So what I would suggest is change individually the projects, change billing, something like this is going to be a better choice, is what I would say. Write a small gcloud command. You will get a gcloud equivalent for this. Write those things 20 script, run it in one shot. That's going to be a better way. The advantage is your organization node is going to be the same.
Removing the tenant also the same. If I move the tenant from all the projects from this tenant to another tenant, I mean one organization to another organization also, still that the RBAC role will be same, or that will we lose that RBAC role? Because the reason why asking.
Oh, if you have a different policy defined there in a different organization, right, then it's going to impact. The organization policy is going to impact, but your IAM roles are going to be the same thing. So if that new org, if you don't have those, sorry?
We did it in Azure. And we lost all the RBAC roles. We moved one tenant to another tenant. We lost all the RBAC roles. That's the reason I asked. Because this also tenant to tenant, right? That's the reason.
Okay.
Just
I don't think so. You will have. So no, you will not. So from the only thing is, say for example, simple. Let me just show you. One thing. So I have one project.
This Azure, that tenant is nothing but an Active Directory. So which means all users everything there in a tenant user account. If you move the one tenant to another tenant, the Active Directory itself new Active Directory will come, new domain completely.
Okay.
So their permission which IAM permission you lost. The similar
Okay.
way
So let me
also
just let me just show you this. Wait, let me just show you this. So let me create a VM. Let me just create a VM. Create a VM and change this project ID's billing to something else. So already we have so many VMs, right? All are going to run. So if I just go to, I have to log off this. I have a bit different billing account. Let me just sign out. So let me log in as the user who has access to the billing. What I'll usually do is, this is one account, that's another. So these are two different billing accounts basically. Let me show you both the billing accounts. So this is my billing account is called as LGWM, Learn GCP with my. That's my billing account name. This is my billing account. Now what I will do is, this is another billing called as free tier. I have just named it as free tier. I'll assign this account billing administrator role to even that account. So let me just show you how I do it. So billing, so if I just, so my billing account is account management. So this is my account billing ID. So this is my billing ID. So what I will do is, currently I have only one user who is my billing administrator. This is the billing administrator. Now I'm going to add one more billing administrator, which is that user Mahesh.
you can
Learn
move the
GCP.
project from one organization to another organization. That time
One organization to another organization. I don't have two organizations. I have only one free tier and one org node. So I can just show you the billing stuff. So I don't have that actually. So if I just make them have billing administrator, so I'll show you
actually
this user will, yeah.
What they created, example, we have the organization A. It is a old billing account. They created an organization B, and there is no project. Here we have 20 projects. But that account, that organization already configured with billing. We slowly move the project from one organization to another organization. That's a task.
So what you do is, you do this way. So at least a project to project movement I can show you. So the project I can show you because I have only one org node, so I don't have another org node. So this is going to give you some idea here. So first thing is, make this is assume this is your old one, old billing account. So to that billing account, add this org admin who is going to be the billing, you will have an email ID. So make him billing administrator. So now once you have made it as a billing administrator, if I refresh the screen, this user, you will see two billing accounts. You'll see two billing accounts.
Okay.
And I simply move from one billing account to another account once I have two billing accounts. So to move, you should have two stuffs already in the same account showing. Then your migration or movement is going to become very simple. Let me just show you. It's not showing up. Okay, it's going to show it under no organization. I'll have two accounts. Let me just see. You see this free trial just now we made it available. Now what I can do is I can usually move projects which is in my free tier. You don't have access. Okay, let me just go to my one of the projects which I have. Sorry, I should have done the other way if I'm not wrong. Let me try moving this change. Now see, this is in Learn GCP project. Now if I click on this change billing, it's going to show me two options. The option, I can move this to the other project, set account. Done. The billing is going to apply it there. You see this? This is what I'm saying. So make sure you both the billing account is visible in one account. Then from that account, do the change. It's going to be easier.
Okay, but if you do that project migrate from one organization to another organization, that time we will lose the RBAC role.
No, nothing. So if you see, whatever is there, everything is going to remain the same. So you are not going to lose any roles or any access there. So it's only billing is based. I'm not sure how it works in, because you mentioned it is Active Directory in Azure. So Active Directory, definitely you are going to have IAM roles also there, right? That may be the reason why you are losing here. But here it is only billing, nothing else. So that's the reason nothing is going to happen to your.
We are not changing the billing account in the each project. We already create an organization from the new billing account. We just migrate
True,
that project from one organization to another organization.
True, no, because I don't
it's
have two org. I told this option, the same thing is what is going to be applied for at an org level also. You will not lose any roles because the billing is only for the billing purpose, nothing. It is not connected to your IAM. But in your Azure, you mentioned it is going to be some Active Directory or something, right? Maybe because of that, it is connected
Active
to your
Directory is
roles.
yes, just on tenant level. But here that organization don't have Active Directory. That IAM
Correct.
all based on project, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, folks, we'll stop it here. So we'll see you on next Saturday. Have a great week and see you on Saturday. Thank you. Bye.